Hello everybody, how are we doing? 10 seconds on the countdown. We have nailed it perfectly. How are we doing? Hello. Welcome to the WardiTV Summer Championships. Day number 2, Group B of the round of 24. We have got a fun day of games ahead of you. I actually really like this group. I think it's a lot of fun. We're going to have, some pretty interesting matches. I think we'll only have 9 best of 3s today, guys, because I do not have the replays from one of the matches that's getting pre-played, so I think we're only going to have 9 series today unless I get some further updates on that. So yeah, just working out the exactness of that, but otherwise, let's get in and start. As apparently my camera has froze on. Okay, cool. We're going to get in game because players are ready to go. So without further ado, let's cast some StarCraft 2. In fact, just give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back, and we'll jump into this properly. Give me 2 secs. In the top right-hand corner, we're going to start things off with the Red Terran player. It is Percival. A little bit of a dark horse in this group. One of the guys I think that can really contend to make the round of 16. So excited to see how he does as he takes on the Blue Terran in the bottom left-hand corner. This is ByuN. ByuN, Percival, BO3. And yeah, it's going to be BO3s all day. Like I say, there's at least 9 of them. Maybe some replays will come in from someone to make it 10. So we'll check on that when I have some of the other players here later on. I'll just ask them quickly and get that double checked. It's not an issue. I knew there was potentially not going to be all the games played for today. Just going to do some double checks on that as the TLDR. But otherwise, let's sit back and enjoy some StarCraft 2. 6 series today will be live because we have one player just played all of his matches pre-played, so all the other games, all of the non-art matches will be played live, and we'll just go from match to match to match is pretty much the idea of it. As we kick off and get started, we're going to be beginning in a little bit of a fun manner to start us off. Just going to be seeing the Reaper coming through, the factory coming up. Factory continue to come about for a few moments as we just get settled in and look to see where we are going to be headed to. See that Reaper going to be hanging about a little bit. Let's see the starport on the way. Starting off with the TVT, guys. After this, we're going to have a lot of non-mirror matchups, which is lovely. Obviously, a little bit more race variety today, because we've got a Zerg in the mix, which obviously helps out a whole bunch. So that's a major positive as well. Very happy about that. Very excited to see a little bit of what is going to be going on. Hellion, a couple of Reapers continue to come through for a couple of moments. Just going to be seeing the starport and the tech lab continue to come about. Now as we take a couple of seconds to settle down. The chunk of units coming up on the other side as well. So just getting a little bit of this and that all established right now. Obviously we are just in these early stages and we do expect this to be kind of, for TVT, a little passive to begin with. And then you kind of start pushing around with that starport online. Players start to take third bases behind it at this point as well. Typically, you see a lot of 1-1-1 into that 3CC in this matchup, but that is not always the guaranteed kind of way that it has to go. So, like I say, we'll see a little bit of what the plan will be on either side. As the starport moves back over to the tech lab, Medevac is going to go boosting out. And we're just going to see the factory building up on the tech lab as well. So factory will come through, Raven coming up on both sides. Interference Matrix coming by also now. Why only 3 Zerg players? If you have another Zerg player that would like to play, I'd very happily have them in Group D. Trust me, I would love to have more Zergs in the tournament. There's just not many Zerg players anymore. Is the plain simplicity of it. Is tank will fire, some shots coming through. Cycling a few hits off, water turret going down. Just going to have our interference matrix coming up, finishing up from Percival in the next few moments. Raven and the tank continue to come in to play. And we just have a couple extra Marines continue to build into action for the moment as well. So we continue to get this going. Tank and a few Marines make their way across the other side. Starport coming through as well. So just going to continue to bring that up and into place. All those units gathering together, and obviously been in a position to try and press on forward a little bit, but there shouldn't really be any advantage here that you can take, apart from maybe catching Percival slightly out of position here and there. Obviously a siege up toward the side of the main could be nasty, but I think really the only thing in range is, I guess if you sieged up right on that mineral corner, you could get the depot and maybe the starport, force it off a reactor, but then you're very far forward with those units as well, so that's also a risk you're taking to get into that position in the first place. So definitely a couple things to think on. Have our couple of Viking shots going off, and we do already see the Ravens trying to get involved as well. ByuN just trying to hold this position actually, but he has less army supply. He actually needs to be careful. Maybe Percival needs to be careful. It's going to be auto turret mayhem here as Percival pushes through. If he gets one more tank, that would be amazing for him, and he is going to get it, and he's in reach of the other one, so he's going to get a full cleanup on ByuN's army, and ByuN in trouble right at the start of this game number 1. He is in a bad place, and as Percival comes across the map, 47 to 22 army supply, we might have a little bit of a shocker to start the day off. How about that as the Cyclone steps through? Marines will continue to step up as well. We have a few units still joining in. Again, a couple tanks will be sieging. The Liberator going to get set. The 2 tanks are going to pull away. Raven in a little bit of trouble is in fact going to go down. Now the siege tank's getting jumped on as well. Nothing is going right for ByuN, as game 1 is all about Percival. And like I said, I mean, this is a strong start. You know, you come into this with ByuN and Rogue as favorites in this group for sure. And the rest of the kind of places in the playoffs, in the round of 16, kind of up for grabs. You know, that final place is kind of up for grabs, is what you'd expect after ByuN and Rogue. You know, Lemon's played well lately, Percival's played well lately, Art has had some surprising results. But Percival coming out and taking the first map of ByuN right from the get-go is just a statement. That is 100% just, you know, let's start this off in the right way and let's do things right. And yeah, I mean, if Percival beats ByuN, this already, to me, throws this Group B completely up in the air and all over the place to, you know, from expectations. So, very exciting as we're going to head to ley lines for map number 2 in just a couple of moments. ByuN says ready. First of all, says go, and we can start straight into game number 2, guys. Again, games will continue all the way through today. Should be pretty non-stop. Yesterday we had some stops and starts and some misscheduling and so on happened, but we should be much more back on track today as we get rolling out. In the bottom left-hand corner, we're going to be starting off with the red Terran player. Up 1 game in this best of 3, we are going to have Percival taking on the blue Terran. In the top right corner of the map, we have got ByuN. Got a refinery down, kind of ByuN bounce it back after the first game does not really go his way. SCV patrol at the front here, of course. Group E of this Summer Championship. Again, this is round of 24. 4 players are already seeded into the round of 16. Clem, Maxpax, Classic, and Zaun from the Spring Championship results. And then they will be joined by 12 players who advance out of Group Stage 1 to make a round of 16 Group Stage 2, and then into an 8-player double elimination championship bracket Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to play that one over the course of a weekend, guys. I had to spread some of the days for this tournament out in the end. I was trying to squish it desperately into 3 weeks, and it just wasn't working, especially with some other events that got announced taking up another day or so each week, which basically made our tournament either clash with those events or just die trying. So I figured, you know what, it's not going to be ideal. We're going to have our final day on like a Thursday or something, but it was either that or it was just going to be starting to get very messy, or we're like doubling up on days and stuff like that. So yeah, we're going to have the action from this for the next 3 weeks basically still. Loads of SC2 coming in with it, which is always lovely. And thank you so much, SesQ92, for the Prime sub. Much appreciated as well. Thank you so much for well, just subscribing for the first time with your Prime. Thank you. Supporting the stream, supporting the tournaments. That's what it's all about as our Reaper comes about. Just going to get set for a couple of moments. And that Reaper coming back down, the depot getting settled again to see the rest of this continue to come through. See, Percival going to be very happy with that first game as he took some great fights, pushed ByuN around, bullied him about a little bit. Now a couple of Reapers will move over. Step through, a little grenade up onto the high ground depot in place. You can see a couple of like Hellions continue to come about as the SCVs will start to take some damage. The Percival looking for some damage. Good micro from the Reaper of ByuN, pulling it back and then letting the SCV tank while the Reaper then got free shots. Now as Hellions are out, this should be much easier to handle from here on, so just going to have those, and that should be, like I say, a much simpler situation. When a Korean player plays European, what server do they play? We play America. It's kind of like in between, and we alternate between North America West and North America Central. West favors Koreans by about 30-40 ping. Central favors Europeans by 30 or 40 ping. So we just go Central West Central or West Central West. Yeah, it's about 150-ish to 180-ish, depending on which server you're on. 180 is definitely on the worst end. I mean, nowadays, apparently, some of the Koreans have VPNs to play to Europe with, like, somewhat playable ping as well. So I imagine the NA server is not as bad as it used to be, but everyone's obviously still going to clamor for their best server possible. If it goes down, that will be a grab as the Hellions. And the Reaper will regather onto the natural now. Tifian's Matrix building from both sides, which is not surprising either. And yeah, this DVT continues through for a moment. Just going to see the Raven about to complete. Couple Hellions of Cyclone coming over. Just seen the Ravens moving about overhead. Again, the tank, the Starport continue to gather. The Marines on the way through. And we just see our tank moving down to the low ground for a couple of moments. A little scan coming into the main base. Still on the move. Again, a couple of Vikings, the Liberator, and the Siege Tank coming about as well. So all of that coming online. Marine popping up. Our units from ByuN being on the map. So ByuN's going to have a lot of the map control, kind of as he had last game. But being out on the map is kind of what killed him in the end last time around too. So it was definitely not ideal. Let's just see the Hellions coming in. The Cyclone gets taken out. Siege Tank, Siege, Liberator, and so continue to come up. It's going to be seeing the Hellions stepping forward as we're going to take a couple shots already, so the tanks will get some damage done onto the Hellions. Tank in return, Hellion on the other side. I mean, Obviously, this army from ByuN is not exactly made to fight off siege tanks, but if you can try and delay a little bit, that would be great. Chip away at some Marines, maybe. Obviously, Cyclone lock-ons could be effective. A grenade even as ByuN tries to buy himself some time. Percival is coming. ByuN gets double Viking in production, so you imagine he's going to have some contesting air control, which is a good step towards this as well. And like I say, I'm actually doing a pretty good job with these units of keeping them kind of at the Marines and kind of hitting the Marines a few times over. It definitely is kind of pushing you in the right direction of a defense here as ByuN he gets the rest of his units all gathered up for the next couple moments as well. Can Percival push any further forward? Honestly, probably not. That's going to be my guess. I think the defense from ByuN is too well set up, and now that Cyclone got a lock-on as well, is actually going to be very effective. That tank is going to go down. It's an auto turret war, but ByuN is winning out. Well, I thought ByuN was winning out in the skies. I clearly misread that because he is not. And Percival is going to win this fight as he continues to step on forward, and Percival looking good. The Vikings and that Raven still gathering together, and they will continue to press forward onto a couple of structures here and just pressure the skies. ByuN losing air control is very scary for him. Whoa, we're going to land these Vikings. They get a siege tank, which obviously opens up that space a little bit, and these tanks of Percival now want to press forward as ByuN's tank is re-sieging. Here we go, going to pull a few SCVs. ByuN is just going to fly on in, drop the Viking from the skies. Can he get a defense out of this? His Viking should go down there. The Vikings lift back up from Percival as it's getting a little messy. This tank's going to wander in, but it's actually going to get a siege, and ByuN is genuinely in some trouble here in this opening game. Percival with a hell of a start. Siege tank ping-ponging onto the sensor tower. The couple Vikings will continue onto the orbital. And this is absolutely not what we expected the day to start with. I knew Percival was good, and I think his TVT's always actually been pretty challenging to the, to the other top-end Korean players. But like I say, it's still a little surprising as we have the units moving about. We've seen the Liberator setting up. Siege tank will pull back. The Reddit's going to press up. Another tank will try and reposition a little. Lib sieges again. Tank relocates one more time. I mean, this is the problem with not having air control. One Liberator and your day becomes a misery. Because now you're just constantly kiting back against that Lib. There's so many Vikings from your opponent. You're going to have to break out here. ByuN knows it. That's why he's setting the Marines up. This is a moment where he's going to have Stim. And with Stim, maybe there's some opportunity. He's going to catch that tank. Well, he doesn't kill it. He's got combat shields too. Honestly, I think this is a breakout you can make happen. The question is, how expensive does it turn out to be? It hits the Matrix on the Liberator. Is going to get the spread onto the tanks. He's lost 13, 15 SCVs. Percival actually targeting SCVs toward the end here. He loses a lot, but he's killed 16 workers and has a 22 worker lead in the game. Now Percival just needs to defend the counterattack. Doesn't have Stim yet, is much later on the bio upgrades because of his investment into the skies and into the mech units and this push. That will give ByuN something of an opening, but can you break through the defensive position? He's got a Raven that doesn't have too much energy on it, so Matrixing may just be out of the question for now as well. See those few Vikings trying to get the pokes, trying to find damage onto that army. Not going to get too much done just yet. Yeah, like I said, ByuN has some advantages, but the army count is not his advantage. He's going to hit an anti-armor missile on the Vikings of all things. Actually hits the siege tank as well, to be fair. He's going to get both tanks. He's going to get the Vikings. He's breaking through. SCV is going to go down. ByuN's going to do what he needs to. He's going to equalize the worker count. He can actually maybe do more. He's going to jump on the next siege tank as well. These Marines are unstoppable right now. Percival does not have the numbers to deal with this army, especially with the 1-1 done. The Marines will shred the other Marines, and ByuN will find the way to victory on the counterattack. That's always a play in the TVT. There's always that opportunity of like, okay, once I break out, I typically will lose SCVs maybe on the breakout, but I'll have enough army to counter with. And that's always the question mark. Like, if they've got enough army to counter, they're always still in the game, and that was obviously the case here. And ByuN's Marines were just unstoppable. Once he broke those couple of tanks down, yeah, that was too much. I think Percival should have just stepped back from the third for a little bit, because it's not like ByuN has enough to siege him. So it's one of those moments where you don't actually, I think, need to defend the third base, because if you defend the third, you're spreading yourself way more thinly than you maybe need to. Instead, what you could have done is just pull back. Like I say, giving up your third is bad in TVT if your opponent is going to siege you. I just don't think ByuN had the numbers to siege. He was much more playing for the frantic, kind of aggressive, all-over bio army. That was his advantage. So I actually think he could have stepped back and then slowly retaken it once a couple more of your tanks come through, once some of that eco kind of has kicked in a little further and a bit more production's out. Having both the tanks stacked didn't help either. Like, it gives you that range on those two siege tanks, but then it means that once you get on top of one, the other is very easily taken out as well. And that is what ByuN found, and that anti-armor missile actually really hit well. He threw it on the Vikings. I was like, oh, do we not have a Matrix? I was like, that's sad, because I felt like we needed a Matrix. But we didn't need a Matrix. The anti-armor missile was actually fantastic. And we get tied up 1-1, and, well, this series is, in fact, rather crazy. That much is seen. Bottom right, Percival is our red Terran player. Top left, ByuN is our blue Terran. As we get set up and ready to roll. Two barracks going down on the left-hand side, so we will set that up over on this left side for the moment. Going to be seeing the other barracks coming in as well, so just get set up for a little bit. SCVs coming through. Do have ByuN heading down to the bottom right corner. Also, the double racks from Percival. It's funny, it's not super close, but ByuN is doing the exact build that's going to be great against the one gas expansion. It's not what you want to be seeing here if you are ByuN, and when you realize that this is a proxy, he's going to see no barracks, and then he does not place the CC on the low ground. So he actually delayed the CC. He was above 400 minerals, he could have built it. He waited for his SCV to go into the main base, sees no barracks, and by seeing no barracks, he knows, okay, I've got to at least expand high ground. This is actually going to be Marauders on the side of Percival and ByuN. Yeah, I mean, that could be scary. The high ground's definitely going to help. The bunker's going to help. These Marauders obviously will have a lot of chance to do a lot of damage. But they will have to go up a ramp because, like I said, ByuN is not going to be playing the low ground defense. Factory starting as well. If ByuN can get toward a Cyclone, that could be huge. It's always a dance with the Cyclone. If it stays out of the Marauder range and never gets concussive shelled, then great. ByuN actually sees the Marauder, so he is now much more aware of exactly what is going on, and now he has a much better read on what's happening. Now he knows exactly what he wants his defense to look like as he starts to fill up his bunker and pack that tight with units. Let's see what he builds off the factory. I think the Cyclone is still a pretty nice... Actually, Widow Mine can be very good here as well, because if you put a Widow Mine on the high ground, the Widow Mine on the high ground can also be very effective at kind of just making sure those Marauders can't ever really move up without giving up a Marauder, which is expensive. It's just going to be the tech lab. Meanwhile, Percival's just gone home, which, I don't know about you guys, but I don't usually see the Proxy Marauder into expansion transition with no pressure applied working. It's not like ByuN didn't build a command center, right? Like, ByuN, this is ideal for ByuN. Because he still built the CC, just not on the low ground. So he actually has really good economy. And now that those Marauders are home, now you just float it down to the low ground. So all you've really done here is Percival has forced ByuN to build a bunker and build a high ground CC. That is not worth the 2 racks proxy investment into Marauders, which are very mineral and gas intensive, honestly, for the early game. And you have to float your barracks home. And you build concussive shells, which for this matchup is, for the most part, not going to have too much use. So it's a disastrous start for Percival after Game 1 and Game 2. Both started in a very good way for him. His attempted proxy in this Game 3 is going to go wrong. Just like that. What a really weird turn of events. I'm surprised he didn't even try, to be honest. Like, maybe he really just wanted to cut his losses and just be like, okay, you're going to respond to me doing this. I'm going to cut my losses and just pull home. And maybe, I feel like he could have at least gotten a depot, you know, forced the barracks to relocate a little bit. It's not like there was anything that was going to kill those Marauders anytime soon. So, I genuinely am a little bit shocked that we just gave up on it. I mean, you do have the Marauders now at home, which might help you a bit defensively. they're in the right place at the right time, they can definitely help against the Cyclone drop. That's just such a weird game. There's the Marauders, so it will limit where this Cyclone drop can come in from. As Percival attack clicks his own barracks. A little misclick there. Medevac pulls back away to the top side. Banshee cloaking coming up. Marines on the way. Continue to get this going as you just see the extra few Marines continue to come down. Orbital will just morph in. I'm just going to be firing on that tech cloud. Banshee goes up the left, wants to head into the natural. As he actually does see a drop onto the siege tank here. A couple of Marauders and Marines will get over and play the defense that you expect them to. This game settles, but I mean, personally, you can just see it's down 10 workers. Hoping that this Banshee can do some work. There's obviously Cyclone across the map. So the anti-air not at home from ByuN. He's going to have a Raven kind of auto turret here as a defense. Puts it to the top, because that zones the Banshee from heading towards main base. It obviously doesn't kind of push it back as easily from the mineral line completely, but it does a lot of the work that you're basically looking for right now. So it's going to be a positive as the Banshee comes in. A few more Marines coming down. The Medevac will load up. Stimpack on the way from both players currently. We'll go after a few more SCVs. Marine's gonna get rid of the Banshee. It will go down. Take that out, and we'll cancel over on the sides. Again, Stimpack about to finish. Marines on the way through. Orbital Command gonna land onto the third base as well. So just gonna drop that straight into position there. A couple Vikings continuing about. Siege tank, Marine, Stim. A little bit of everything continues to build as the SCVs pull back over. And that army just gathers together a little bit. Marines coming through, some shots coming about. The Marine tank will continue onto a set of rocks here, so just working our way through this as that Stimpack will be done very shortly. And all those upgrades coming in, the 1-1 coming up on the side of Percival as well, so we continue just bringing that straight through. Siege tank, Banshee, a couple of additional barracks, and the sensor tower. Right, repair instead of escape. You lose less SCVs if you stand and repair the SCVs to a Banshee. Because one Banshee can't one-shot the SCVs, so the repair makes it take quite a while. Whereas if you run away, the Banshee can chase. Like, if you've got no anti-air that you can run to, the Banshee can kite and can be microed in an effective manner that allows you to just chase those SCVs and continue to kill them. So you lose less SCVs by mass repairing. It's different if you run away and you're running toward your anti-air, right? Because then you're speeding up the time at which the Banshee has to turn around and move the other direction. But if you have no anti-air in that moment, then yeah, the repairing becomes the better choice. Do mules repair faster? Do mules repair faster? I actually don't remember. I want to say they do. They're kind of like a super SCV, but maybe I'm just making that up. I feel like mules do repair faster. If I had to say, like, if I had to give a yes or no, I'd say yes. But it's been a long time since I haven't really even thought about that. So should you focus repairing for mule? I mean, if it does, then maybe it doesn't make a difference though. Maybe the numbers don't have an effect. I think the problem is it's very difficult to. You probably do more harm trying to focus fire repair because you just right-click auto repair, right? And the SCVs surround each other as necessary. If you try and focus repair, you don't get that natural full surround effect as easily. You could break it up, and then you just give the Banshee easier kills. So I think you just auto repair and stack the workers. Let them do their thing. Sometimes the gamer AI is You know, the way the game plays out itself is better than you trying to interfere. There's also, sometimes you see when a parasitic bomb hits like a group of medevacs and they're not being controlled and they're just stood still, and they automatically split from each other, and it's like, oh my god, there's been times where people have been like, that's such a sick split. I'm like, that's literally just the game. And the medevacs take damage and they're like, they run away from the damage, you know? So yeah, they like split away and it makes it look really sick, but it's actually just the game. This mule is the same as an SCV to repair. Fair enough. For some reason, I really felt like the mule did more, but when you say it, it sounds like the sort of thing you hear, and you're like, yeah, actually, that sounds like that should make sense, but same repair time. I guess that makes sense. There'd probably be some OP thing where you like call down 4 mules and your Thor just becomes unkillable or something. It'd be funny. The Marines trying to step forward, interference matrix going down. Had to look it up too. It's one of those things where I just like, I really feel like it's like, you say it, I'm like, I could actually believe that, and honestly, it's the sort of thing I probably haven't thought about for like 16 years. So, you know, yeah, I honestly could be believable. Percival trying to play a defense, obviously ByuN with a very solid push and a hold of the map at the moment, coming across and taking position. Some of those units get turned the other way. The Marines are going to siege up. Tank gets turned back the other side. Yeah, there's a nice defense from Percival, and with a couple of liberators, he is able to push ByuN back. Will force ByuN to start considering maybe some more air units. I wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing a couple starports on the way from ByuN soon in the production tab. That would be the most typical way of playing. Sometimes ByuN is quite a stubborn player and will continue to play like Marines and just tanks and just not go into that Air Force. He really believes he can just get the game won anyway. Which is not necessarily untrue. ByuN wins a lot of games like this, which I don't think he should be able to necessarily. Trying to bully his way in over here, using the Matrix on one tank, breaking through the other. That base has to lift. There's already good damage for ByuN and continues to stack up against Percival for the moment. Holder just pulls away. We'll see the rest of the Marines continue to come through. We'll have ourselves the rest of these units continue to gather up. Just the medevacs on the low ground. ByuN will not be able to evacuate anything, but still has done decent damage here and continues to threaten these positions. And that's the problem. You basically have to keep on rotating perfectly as Percival, because the moment you don't, you're going to take a ton of damage. ByuN's just going to pull the trigger and go. A lot of tanks were just out of location and re-sieging still, so they're going to be only just now joining the fight in the later end of it, and they're quite far back too. ByuN did start to reach them, but decided not to go any further, which is probably good because he was running out of Marines. Percival gets a defense, and actually the supplies get a little closer. And Percival even has a 5th base coming into position over to the right-hand side. So 5th base coming up, going to be another bonus for Percival here as tanks shell away at all of the other tanks. A bunch of damage being done, a few more Vikings gathering together. Marine tank moving back through the middle of the map currently. And ByuN still holds map control. He's still just building Marine tank, by the way, so there is a concern where the longer this goes, the more that Percival's army with air units and so on actually becomes a little bit more effective as well. And ByuN did not have vision there, loses 2 tanks to the 1. And he's maxed out, but now you could always argue that, again, the max out of ByuN is just, like I say, that much less effective, so something to think on for the moment. Let's see, a couple of Vikings are shooting, the medevacs coming down, a couple of hits coming in for a little bit. Have to load back into said medevacs right there. As 3-3 finishes for ByuN, that will be another little moment or two when we'll have that 3-3 ready and maybe available to be played with. Some advantages we can maybe stick about on is the stim from ByuN. There's Liberator across the map. It's in range of a missile turret, so let's look at the fight. So you are going to see those Marines close in the distance and just going to run into what is a hell of a siege tank line. That's so many tanks on the right side. How in the world was this good? And it was good because ByuN lost no tanks in this process. And he's now able to keep a much better tank count than his opponent. And at this point, it's going to be difficult for Percival to replace that many tanks as well. Wow, just split, runs in, didn't even have 3-3 yet. Just not enough Marines, I guess, from Percival, so he didn't really have a way to stop them. Because the Marines got on top of the tanks so quickly, it was way more effective than you would think it is. Kind of crazy. I have a rewind on that one, because that feels to me like a sort of fight that you shouldn't be able to just kind of crank across the map and win out with, but... huh. Yeah, Percival now in trouble. In a hell of a series, really felt like Percival. Obviously, this game, Percival was bullied from the start. His proxy did not work out. He's been behind the entire time. But games 1 and 2 are really awesome games, and Percival really showing his power and definitely showing the danger that he can provide as well. So... like I say, the danger he can provide to this group, and he is absolutely a threat to everybody else. So it's going to be very fun to see the rest of his games. I'm going to see a couple of Marines dropping on top of the siege tank here. He's going to play a little bit of cleanup. Stem forward, a few more Marines going down. A couple of medevacs going to drop as well as we see the tank sieging. The Raven still overhead. Orbital will just continue through, taking some more shots. We'll be having a few SCVs getting pulled in, and the Ravens overhead as well. And tanks will continue to settle at the front right now. Tank, Marines unloading, Ravens hanging about. Ravens still taking, or Starboard still taking some damage. A few Marines are going to step in. A couple of tanks are going to return fire. We are going to be seeing the break-in on the right-hand side from ByuN. Coming in as well. Tank going down. The planetary fortress is continuing to take shots also. See a few Marines still trying to step forward. The tanks will still be right there as well. And you just have the Ravens overhead also trying their best to attempt a little bit of defense right now. ByuN is up 80 supply. Hard to really make this one much more exciting than it is, because it was exciting, to be fair. Like I said, the breakthroughs of ByuN were... he doesn't make it boring, right? Because he played like the heavier Marine count, and so he absolutely kept it super interesting. I mean, I didn't really believe the stim in was going to work for him. Obviously, it did. Fascinating to see as the Marines will come about. Just going to see a couple shots coming down. 10 SCVs getting picked off here, as you just see the Marines and the tanks continue to gather together. We have the +3 vehicle plating on the way through. Ravens building, Marines building, siege tank on the way too. A couple Liberators will be right there, taking out a siege tank as well. But we are still playing, to me, what is an impossible continued defense, right? Like, this can last for a little bit, but this does not last forever. Is the issue that you come across. Big stim in, big push through. ByuN looking powerful. Eats an anti-armor missile. I just do not think it's ever going to matter. He has so many Marines. Matrix is on his opponent's tanks. GG get cold. And that will be that. I want to go back to 15 minutes. I want to see this breakthrough again. This was fascinating to me. Gone a little bit too far. Like here, maybe. How does this work from ByuN? Scans. Yeah, just so many of the tanks are just not sieged is the reality of it. So yeah, I thought actually I think we were over here, and I didn't realize that all these tanks were sieging. Like, getting this close is obviously huge. On the left side as well, like this tank's spreading damage here. These two tanks are the only defense left side. The Marines get melted in this scenario as well. Yeah, that's a pretty good fight for ByuN. Like I say, not enough Marines and just being on siege. If he was pre-siege, you can't take that, but ByuN jumped on the opportunity. That makes a little bit more sense then. Alright, guys, that is going to be our first matchup of the day. I believe we get Percival versus Lemon up next, so we're going to get that ready to go. What's up, Treebog? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Let me just message Lemon right now. It's Lemon. Ah, wrong channel. See. Alrighty. Couple moments, guys. We'll get ready to rumble, and we'll get back on it. Let me just throw some ads up. Get ready to rumble. The videos will begin, and we'll get this started up in a couple of moments. Just coming in speedily. These guys are man. These guys do not mess around in the videos. Holy! Any ley line's gonna be map 1. They absolutely just speed ran this video process. No chill at all on that one. Love it. Second map, Pylon. Third map, Oriel, Tokamak, Torch. Oh, third map, Tokamak. That's Torches they videoed. They went X minus Tor, and I was like, minus Tokamak, but no, that's actually Torches. Cool, cool, cool. We will take a moment. Percival declines the ready process. Misclick. Classic. What country am I based at? I'm in the UK. Yeah, Lemon's just BRB, guys, so we might be a moment or two getting this hosted up into the game, but otherwise looking reasonable. Alright, I'm gonna jump in. Ready. Does TKL want to be in here as well? Let me see. Alright, everyone's ready. Let's jump into this PVT, guys. We get into our second matchup of the day. Like I say, it's going to be 6 best of 3s live, and then we have currently 3 matches from replays. The last match is not played yet, I believe, so we're probably going to be 1 match missing. It's just a little heads up on that. Just a little heads up. Alright, let's jump in. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to start things off with our blue Protoss player, Lemon. He remained chasing the Lemon Hive when he beat Oliveira. Yeah, Lemon had... that season of ESL Asia was absolutely top-notch. It was genuinely so fun because of... just because of Lemon. Like, having another big contender in the Asia scene was... on the Asia region was so cool. Percival on the top right we just saw was very good against ByuN. He's been playing great lately. He had a win against Classic not so long ago as well in the, I think it was the Leo League Cup. Percival's actually been playing really good. He does not enjoy playing TVP, we know that much, but he might see no GGs at the end of this one. But he has actually been playing well, and I actually think his TVP has improved as well. So, and then you've got Lemon, who's actually playing extremely well. I was talking to him on Discord actually. I invite him to the tournament and stuff because he played in all the qualifiers, and he was very close to qualifying multiple times. He's like, man, I'm so sad because I never win in tournament, but always win on ladder. And he like shows me his MMR. He's like number 1 and number 2 on the Korean server right now. Obviously, I know everyone's playing, but it's still something. Man's out here grinding and doing very well for himself. So excited to have him on board. He was, like I said, he is very close to qualifying pretty much every single qualifier that we had. So good to get him in here. And we didn't have a lot of Protoss slots for invites, but if there was a Protoss to invite, Lemon definitely was the main candidate based on that. Factory coming up, as we have the Reaper about to finish as well. Next is on the way. Let's just take a few moments. Stalker, Warp Gate, Probe, all of that being built up for the moment. As we settle into this opening game of the series, just have the Reaper heading down to the bottom left corner. The Nexus is about to finish as well. It's just going to get that completed as the Sentry, the Warp Gate coming through also. Still got the Reaper Hellion on the way up as well. Hallucination going to go on a little bit of a drive-by toward the upper right-hand side. It's going to go over the Reaper, going to go past a Hellion. The force field on the ramp, Hellion taking some shots, Reapers taking some hits as well, so we have a bit of back and forth for now. Too crazy that Hellion continues to poke about. A couple of Reapers poking. Sentry will take a few shots of damage. Medevac and some Marines coming up as well. Command Center about to finish. Wouldn't mind still on the way in. Add a couple of gates on. Add the Blink. Add the Warp Gates. And those two Reapers just going to go back around into the center of the map. Wouldn't mind building through. Medevac and Marines coming up as well. Still got the Orbital Command coming online also. Currently about halfway done. Tech Lab coming up as we speak. Medevac heads down the bottom. Banshee building, Siege Tank Marines in production. Again, our Nexus and our Blink continue through. The Stalker is still producing on in there as well. And that Medevac going to be dropping into the main in the next few moments, ready to fire through. Stalker's going to get there. That Medevac gets pushed the other direction. You see our Marines and the Reapers continue to join together. Nexus taking some shots. The Stalker's pulled back. As this harassment comes through, I want to say thank you to Borga coming in with the 5-month resub on the Prime as well. Thank you for priming us up. Super appreciated as our few Marines will continue to step down to the bottom left. Now a tank arrives as well. Blink is about to be done, so this gets better for Lemon here, but this might just have to be a giveaway on the Nexus. Can we jump into this? There's going to be a Widow Mine as well. It does splash onto a few ByuNs. We get the tank, we get the Medevac. Just Marines left should be manageable, and it is going to be a defense. Wow. A defense, I was going to say an expensive one, but honestly, we come back the other way. Those few Marines begin to go down, and that is going to be a very good defense altogether, actually. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Get about to be done. Charge coming online. The pylon coming up as well. So I got a few things ready. Stalkers will step over to the right-hand side. Marines and tank coming about as well here. We're seeing the tank taking a couple shots of damage. Charge is about halfway done. And Percival wants to move across the map again. Now it's going to be a bit of a push. He's got the Banshee already on the other side. But this is also a scenario where he's building Stim +1 behind us. It's not like this is super committed. The follow-up is already coming into place. That Banshee should be able to get out alive. I was going to say, whoa. He started to turn back, and the Stalker was like, no, Banshee, no, not like this. This was not the time to take that turn. He does stabilize himself and keeps himself from kind of getting into too much further trouble. There's a couple tanks sieging in again, getting some shots off. And Tank Marine Marauder in general pulling back around the right side of Command Center coming up. Two units of Lemon continue through the center of the map. Banshees together, two of them obviously will one-shot probes. And just one of those Banshees being super low feels so sad, because that feels like such an easy way in which one of them just gets denied, and then instantly you don't have kill potential anymore. Obviously, that was just the problem of it flying through the main base previously. Tries to get the kill there, not happening. Whoa, across the map, Percival's not ready. Wow, what a jump from Lemon, because this is just before Stim and Combat Shield as well. The tanks go down quickly, but now we get rid of the Zealots. I don't think we've got a Prism over there, so there's not going to be reinforcements showing up. This will be savable from Percival. But what a moment for Lemon to jump on in, recognizing the chance, seeing his opponent unprepared. If he had a Prism and he walked in another round of Zealots there, I actually would have been pretty scared for Percival. It's only just now that Stim Combat +1 all finished. This army is suddenly infinitely more powerful than it was. Crazy that, you know, what the difference a few seconds can make. I believe he actually did see those few Zealots with that medevac too, so he knows about them and will unload looking for the grab on these. Would be nice. There's a few more just joined up. As we're going to, just kite back against these. These few Zealots on their own should not really be able to do much. You're walking into mines, trying to set those off. Obviously, the Bio should be able to stim after those Stalkers as well. Marauders do really stand up against Stalkers, and if they've already blinked away from a mine, then obviously they don't have the blink micro they're typically looking to use. We go to the low ground. This other group of units is looking to catch, and they will catch with the blink on cooldown. 3 Stalkers, and we're going to make it 4-5 and lift and leave. If we blink forward now, that'd be scary as well, just because the other units could have been moving to the low ground already. Great bit of back and forth here as they fight Bio versus Gateway units in these early stages. The medevacs regathering with the rest of that Bio army. Now we have more Bio out down to the bottom. Pressure from Percival. Bigger army. He's obviously stimmed a lot. It's been a lot of fighting, so the medevacs are going to be fairly low on energy, and some of the units will not be full HP heading into the other side. That's always noteworthy because it takes away some of the immediate power you might have. Here is the Terran. Yeah, that Colossus coming up, I think, is just a turnaround for Percival. There's no way you want to fight into splash damage. Funnily enough, from Lemon, it's one Colossus, now a second, but already going to Storm, so already looking for that secondary wave of splash. Percival's doing the right thing, which he's staying on the edge of this army's radius. He will make a pick if, you know, a blink is used or charge gets used or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But not going to be messing around too much else as a couple of Zealots go down. Going to get those grabs as Storm will be done shortly. Again, +1 attack, Thermal Lance continuing to come online. I will hit a couple of the Zealots already. Stalker taking some damage. Plus, just going to laser beam. Marine gets popped. Another sensor tower down at the front. Just going to put that straight into place. The Bio still in the center, moving about as well. The medevac's joining up. A couple Widow Mines will gather. High Templar coming through. A couple Nexus coming into play as well, as the sensor tower will finish in the front here. And let's see what the plan is. A couple of those Zealots and the Stalkers all gathered. +2 Thermal Lance. Marauder Viking building on the side of Percival as well. +2 attack, +1 ship weapons. The Observer right on the edge of scan range going down. I feel like that was actually out of scan range, but still died. Terrans, huh? Obviously with EMPs, this is scary. You instantly take an EMP onto your 2 Colossus, they're immediately weaker and more targetable. But the Storms should keep you away as Percival. I mean, you can't really dive into this unless you're EMPing those High Templar. Gets rid of the pylon at least, and that does take away some of the reinforcements I guess we're trying to play with here. Again, we've got some EMPs remain, but I think that might be the last goes with energy, and there's still a lot of High Templar that have energy here, so Percival's supply is massive, mind you. 190 to the 160, so he's got great supply. How can he do against the rest of this? We just see the army move about a little bit. The Stalker takes some damage. Bio going to stim in from 2 sides. Vikings will chase forward. Colossus already in some trouble. Another Storm coming through. The Widow Mines will unburrow and relocate as we pull back over the right-hand side now. Going to be seeing the Zealots coming through. Stalker's blink. A medevac goes down immediately. Percival has a lot on the top side of this as well. He runs through this storm, by the way, hits another fresh EMP. Couple High Temple in the back. Okay, there's a lot of storms available there. He will get rid of the Colossus with the Vikings. Trying to get the storms on the Vikings. It's actually a bit of a waste of storm energy. There's only 1 or 2 storms left. Dodges away from this one, is away from the Colossus. Percival does not have as much supply as he once had, of course. He should be able to chase here a little bit. Going to get a couple of Archon kills. Those High Temple are so close to just not having storms anymore. Depowers the gateway. So again, no reinforcements right at the front. And if the EMP came down on that group of High Temple, that would have been great. But it's not quite going to happen. The moment we just slip away from there. The Ghosts need a moment to regain energy. The ByuN needs a moment to actually just regain health. You know, actually get healed up a little bit. We're fighting low HP now because we've been stimming so much. We've eaten a bunch of storms. This is one of the problems that Terrans have had as well, where you have, you know, you kind of need the bio to get healed, but you don't have many medevacs because you have to start producing Vikings en masse to deal with the Colossus count. Definitely a bit of the problem now. A couple new medevacs will be added into play, plus 2 ship weapons, plus 2 armor. Poking coming up as well. A couple Ghosts still coming online. Bio gathering. CC will try and land on location once more. Well, EMP coming down. Actually, army's coming from both sides. We split from that storm quite nicely. He has to run back through it still. And there are so many High Templar available. We're going to storm the Vikings, so there's no way to kill that Colossus either. Widowmine's going to die as they burrow too far forward. They can't just be burrowing up like that. They got to burrow a bit further back and let these Zealots really run into them. Stormy weather continues. 2-2 to +2, favoring the Terran. Can we survive the storms? We get rid of the gateway. We get rid of the warpins. We've got to have some more units showing up somewhere. Medevacs that are out of energy are not providing much to the army supply right now. That's a massive Archons coming in. Oh, those Marauders are going to chase, and they will get away with the Colossus. Wow. If we have any EMPs, this army from Lemon is suddenly very weak because it's just Archons. They continue to absolutely brawl toward this forward base of Percival that has been held onto as well, so Percival's still keeping a hold of that. Lemon is not out expanding the Terran like you might typically see the Protoss players do. This is still just a 5-base Protoss. Okay, sorry, 6-base Protoss. But that's fine when Percival is a 5-base Terran player, so this is not, you know, again, the sort of Protoss player that starts to get out of reach and out of control. That still feels manageable here from Percival. Lemon does have 95 workers, which is part of the reason why his army keeps running in, getting cleaned up, but coming back just as strong again, because his economy is insane. But he needs the bases to keep those workers mining. We're 15 minutes in. Some of his initial bases will absolutely be running out of steam. And Percival got to be paying attention as well. Can't just go wandering into an army and not knowing about it until the storms come down. That is going to once again turn into an expensive affair for you. Now the probe going down. Just going to see the bio pulling back. A couple Zealots coming over. Stalkers are going to blink in. A couple of those Ghosts are getting shot down. SCV taking damage. The Zealots take some hits. We'll have a 3-3 upgrade still continuing through. Extra Ghosts on the way out. Marines and a Viking. Widowmine's Fusion Core. Stalker Archon still pressing forward. The bio continues to pull back a little bit. More bio on the right-hand side. Let's see those Stalkers getting absolutely shredded right here. Widowmine's going off. Zealot's going down. The Archon coming through. The High Templar's getting jumped on. This isn't good that the High Templar goes down as well. The tech units are truly falling this time as Percival has persevered through this army throughout all of those storms. And he has continued just to trade. That storm ain't going to hit anything. That storm is much better, though. Finally, Percival gets punished a little bit for this chase. That's not what Lemon did not have for a little while. Does Percival have what he needs to jump on that army? I don't think he needs to. I think he should actually just go and try and work on this base on the left side. Let this army attack into you. Let your Widowmines do some work. That one Archon gets super low, for example. Reinforcements showing up from an awkward angle. Going to make it difficult to kind of kite back on the top side while also dealing with the units that are showing up on the right. It's going to get messy. Again, a lot of the units are super low HP. That one Colossus, 2 Colossus that survived. Obviously could do a lot to low HP units. The Marauders try and dive forward. It's a 1 HP Colossus. Stays alive. And Lemon is going to find himself a pushback for the moment. Percival has to step away from here and just back off as he didn't have the tools to really diminish the final reinforcing tech units there. He had no Vikings. He had no EMPs. His army was beaten up from chasing and stimming. And again, his medevacs have been drained of energy this entire time as well. 17 minutes here on ley lines. The Colossus get a couple of laser beams off. Pulling back as a few more Zealots will rally together. Extra Stalkers warping in, +3 ship weapons coming through, the advanced ballistics on the way, Ghost, Marine, Marauder coming. Ghost actually gets shot down rather simply already, so that will fall. Stalkers and Zealots continue to come through. We're going to get onto a bunch of these probes, by the way. There's going to be 9 workers. So I wanted to see before him jumping on the base rather than maybe chasing the army as much. What mines get burrowed here, so Zealots are going to go kaboom. No, we actually did kill a bunch of those mines. That's very nice. Because that actually looks scary. There's still Bio on the left. I was going to say it could flank at the back and maybe get the Colossus. Could also get the base, which is also going to be a nice pick-off. Can we get out? No, this army is sacrificed, and Percival knows it, so he just leaves it on the ground to try and fight as best he can. So it does come at a cost, but he knocks down a base, he knocks down 23 workers. The 23 probes especially, I mean, that's like, you know, we're talking like a couple thousand minerals here, or a thousand minerals, you know. It's a lot of money to reinvest into building probes and mine time lost during that period as well. And he's been so good at getting rid of some of these Widow Mines just before they fire, which has really been the issue for Percival. He really felt like he could really do with some of these Widow Mines connected on this army. Now Liberator's siege up across the front and will be there to push this army away. That's going to be a very important continuation here, I imagine. It's going to really be able to be something that can zone, but they're not sieged up just yet. Stalkers get forward, they get a couple kills. Now, we're back to the point of needing medevacs, which is the problem as well. Again, you need to build, you want to build Liberators, but now you need medevacs. Bio army not very effective. We can hold this position, but what if Lemon rotates around to another base? Percival is not where he needs to be to really deal with that just yet. He doesn't have the Bio army, which is the mobile portion of this, is not really where it needs to be. The Libs maybe can jump between bases easily, but every time you unsiege them, you risk the Stalkers making a play onto those Liberators as well. Good posturing from Percival is actually stopping Lemon from just committing forward here. Lemon even getting a little bit antsy and using the Storm. He might try and come forward onto this position again. There are Widow Mines pre-set up, and again, gets rid of them before they fire. That's been a permanent factor in these engagements. So many of these mines have just not been able to connect as Percival tries to find a little bit of whatever he can. Another medevac just went down. We're talking about the importance of those. Stalker's going to blink in. Widow Mines do go off, and the Stalkers take some heavy damage. So yes, we get some Libs. Costs you a lot of your Stalkers. Storms coming in from the High Templar on the bottom will enable this to continue through. Another Storm dropping down. And it will not stop for now. As Percival just about holding Lemon off still and keeping his base alive to boot. More Libs in production, more Ghosts in production. We need to be in position though, as we're going to see the blink in. We're going to see the Libs just fly up. Oh, the EMP hits most of the High Temple. There's 1 or 2 Storms available, but that'll be it. We've flanked from the other side. We do not have a lot of Vikings, or any Vikings really, to deal with the Colossus, but the flank from the other side helps to negate the damage and helps you to actually jump on those Colossus. Storms are gone for the moment. No Storm in this army. There's only 2 High Temple on the map. Okay, there's actually 1 High Temple in the back, has 2 Storms. Those are the last 2 Storms of this army at the moment. Stalkers blinking in. Percival will kind of kite back, wants to kind of fight the Stalkers, but just doesn't quite have the numbers there. It's going to rotate back around to the top side. Another blink in. Liberators need to be careful about how far forward they fly before they siege. Need to be super cautious. Storm just coming about. We will have another Widow Mine or 2 set up. That one's going to connect on the Stalkers though, and that makes it a bit more expensive. So getting those Libs is not coming freely from our Protoss players. We're going to see the flanking maneuver once again. No Storms to slow it down this time. Can we jump on the Colossus? We're going to jump for 1. We're going to target fire for 2. We'll get it, but obviously we're eating Zealot damage during this. And with that Zealot damage coming in, the Bio takes hits. Oh, SCVs get pulled into this as well. Percival, I think that was just a misclick. I don't think he needed to pull SCVs in. Again, with the Liberators here in good numbers, I don't think we can push further forward as Lemon. 6 SCVs go down. 70 workers still to the 86. Army supplies are still dead similar. Observer just gets out of reach of the scan. If we had another scan, that would be worth getting rid of. Because right now, obviously, you can kind of pick and choose your moves based on your opponent's movements. Obviously, Lemon bringing this fight right up to Percival after it's been so much about Percival bringing the fight to Lemon up until now. Stalkers will get both medevacs. The Marauders have to step away, losing out right there. Continue to try and kite back. There's a little bit of Bio from the center coming through as well. Liberator's going to seize a high ground. I think we might just have to give up the top side Planetary Fortress. SCVs will repair. Looks like we're on our way over, but these Libs are so scary. We actually lose the Colossus. These Libs are so scary because it's scary that they're running into Stalker fight, but they're actually not going to go down, so the Libs live through it. However, now they have to reposition again Zealot's still dropping down. Only one Colossus in the mix. The tech is not really here anymore. EMPing a bit out of position. Percival's supply has dropped a little bit. He needs to try and keep this up. Another CC on the way. He's going to lose the far top left base. He is setting up the bottom right, which is going to be much easier to set up when Lemon has been throwing absolutely everything to the top of the map in comparison. Lemon just has so much economy, 91 workers. That's why he wants to continuously fight. If Percival could sit back a moment, he would love this for himself. A little bit more army supply. Once Lemon gets max, Percival is only going to get closer and closer on army supply and eventually take a lead. A few Zealots on the right side is just going to force Percival to look over there. He deals with that very easily, though. It's a very good commitment. And he has a drop. He finds the chance to get across the map just as Lemon is getting toward being maxed out as well. So it's a great timing to show up because you can't just warp in a defense to this. So it's actually going to really force Lemon back. It's a great drop from Percival. He's going to run it all the way over toward the main, and now out of position, Lemon makes a mistake. Colossus in trouble. We're going to lose one, but only the one. Now we have to pull back. High Templars are going to be threatening with the storms very shortly. The medevacs in the main forgot to unload. They're going to go run and probably just get away, actually. I think the army already been here. You can threaten so much from that bottom position. He has access to 3 different bases. The main, the 6 o'clock, the triangle base from the main. A little bit of bio still flying. Just going to find. I mean, that assembly is mined out, but even just probes at this point is a factor. That recall is dangerous because if Percival just stands on the recall, okay, it's actually just Zealots, so no tech unit for him to get rid of there. Bio on the bottom right, though. Now that Percival gets some momentum on the map, you can see the difficulty that Lemon is having. Bio coming back over. We do just see the Nexus will not go down. For a responsible play from Percival to not target it, but then I felt like it was responsible because he was going to get away. The fact he lost everything anyway and didn't lift up, maybe he should have just finished off the base. Lemon's not exactly super rich. He can't just replace a Nexus super easily, so it would have been genuinely very serious damage done. Another few units going to find their way to the front. A few Ghosts included. Liberators included. SCVs are going to be out of having to repair because we're out of position. So the right side base of Percival will go down. He's going to find a bunch of probes here while also getting the Nexus. Again, every time we're killing probes, I like it, but obviously Percival is taking damage himself. You're going to see Percival actually sees the army coming in. It was looking like he was maybe thinking about surrounding. The Colossus ran to the high ground there. The Stalkers blink through. This army is maybe a little exposed. Liberators need to siege up en masse. It's a mess of a fight. What's even going on? We need some EMPs on these Zealots, perhaps. The High Templars are very late to the party. They finally start showing up. Lemon is going to lose the Colossus. Now we have to kite back. It's mostly just Zealots, but there's a hell of a lot of Zealots. We need to get back to mines. We need to get back to planetaries. This is defendable. Widow mines are going to crash into the center. Zealots are going down, and that's a lot of supply from Lemon in the end. Remember that both players are not exactly rich right now. Libs left in the middle of the map trying to get to high ground safety. It's worked for a moment. The Ops showed up, and then the Libs got away. These few Zealots actually making a getaway too. Like I say, every Zealot you save is huge because we're not in a position where rebuilding every Zealot is truly realistic. 2 more assemblers on the way out right now. Libs, Marauder, Ghost continue to come through here. See how Stalker's getting underneath the Zealots, moving around. And so they're going to be taking some damage. You see the CC. Oh, sorry, the Nexus is going to get grabbed there. The Probe's going to be taking a bunch of damage as well, so the base in the bottom right goes down. Percival able to knock that out of the way. Turn about, just going to be seeing the medevacs. Oh my goodness, there's a full medevac there that's in reach, but he doesn't get that one. Pulls back to the planetary, use that as a defensive point. And Percival will hang on in there. We are now 27 minutes deep, as Lemon and Percival have not stopped throwing themselves at each other for the last little while. It's it's pretty crazy. Honestly, it is pretty crazy right now. Manson will drop into place. The Stalker's coming through. We're just going to see the Liberators going down. The Zealots are still going to charge forward as well. Fire will chase up. Stalker Zealot. Oh, going to eat a big storm. Big 2 storms. We're going to chase, though, because we see no more High Templar, so we see the opportunity to actually kill that High Templar. Snipe is going to be good. It stays in range. And the snipe will get that HT on the retreat right there. Liberator is still producing through additional ghosts added on. You can get that. A couple medevacs, high energy, get those healing. Do we have the medevac upgrade? We do, good. It's actually kind of needed at this point in time. Especially when you're so limited on your medevacs, it can be genuinely kind of useful. Liberator's set up, good numbers, going to keep the Zealots away for now. VMPs go down. That High Templar looking to see if we can find a Storm. I believe it did. So some of those units take some damage as we get towards maxing out. 60 workers each. It's not the dream economy that the Protoss has played with all game long, where the probes have just provided endless opportunity to just go, go, go. Colossus fires, a couple of ghosts pulling back. Marauder coming out as well. The Nexus and the Pylon still building in. It's a good EMP. Hits all the High Templar there. Can we fight the Zealots? We don't have any Widow Mines. We don't have any splash for the Zealots. We should really EMP the Zealots, no? He did for a one down. Maybe could have done with another. It's going to go back and forth. Another Ghost going down. Got to be careful about those. Obviously, Zealots grabbing Ghost feels pretty nice, but Percival is maxed out. It's not really been the case for a long time. Percival has constantly been on the, somewhat near maxing out at times, but it's always been a bit of a struggle splitting here. That's absolutely a fine. That double Storm to eat, and you kill a High Templar for it as well. That's absolutely great. This army is not meant to fight this year as Lemon, I don't think. I think he's completely outnumbered, and he is going to lose this fight. That's a decisive fight, maybe, because Percival's going to win big time from that, and he's going to win the defense on the top side. Planetary. Percival suddenly pushing through. He's going to put himself in a little bit of a corner here, but he can work his way across. He's going to walk into a High Templar and a Storm right there. He's going to eat the entirety of it. Drops the EMP eventually. Liberators are being relied on to deal some heavy damage right now. This army is not having the greatest of times, funnily enough. We're going to live, we're going to leave. There's Marauders elsewhere still, as Percival will look to capitalize. Forces a recall. Where are we even recalling to? I don't know. Looks like he recalls to the top side central base to protect that. That means no recall to deal with this drop over here. And honestly, we can fly into 3-Stalk. Well, maybe we shouldn't fly into 3-Stalkers like that. I thought with like a boost and a little bit of emphasis on like, let's get in here immediately. But, I mean, okay, it's kind of a chaotic game. Some Zealots get warped in. The Ghost goes down. We're going to unload to the low ground at this point. Just let that medevac do anything. Force distractions. Force Lemon to pay attention. Like, you probably don't care about the Pylon and battery here. But, you're still going to clean it up because it's going to be a ping. As we actually see the two Colossus in a bit of trouble. One of them goes down instantly again. Percival continuing to catch Lemon around the map. High Templar goes down. Stalkers have to blink away. The Pylon knocked down again. Another gateway fall, and Lemon is at 84 supply. 30 minutes on ley lines to get to this stage as Percival is just about good enough to get the win. Crazy stuff. GG, says Lemon. Percival, 1-0 lead in this best of 3 after probably one of the best games we've casted this year. Absolute top tier. Percival kept it up. He was able to, throughout the entirety, never took one Storm too many. Right? Never took one Storm too many. Kept himself in that playable position. Repositioned multiple times. When he was playing with like the 3 Liberator defense, I was absolutely terrified. Multiple times over. He was moving here. He was moving there. Really felt like he was going to lose those libs and that was just going to be it. He was going to get broken, but manages to scrounge up the defense. And we get ready for game number 2. You cannot really say much more than that. That was absolute chaos. These guys, again, really brought it to each other. And they net us a hell of a game. That really was something crazy. Whew. These guys want no break as well. They are just ready to play game 2. Straight into it from ley lines into Pylon for our second map here. We will kick this off and get this underway. And let's get this ready to roll. Take a moment myself to think about what's going on. Oh, alright. In at the top left-hand side, up in the top, but down in the games. is going to be our blue Protoss player, Lemon. And he takes on the red Terran in the bottom right-hand corner, Percival. Game 2. That really was a great game. Thank you to Atuorm, who came in with the 11-month resub on the Prime, and Haux's Wayne on the 10-month resub on the Prime. Thank you for the Primes during that one. Obviously got a bit hectic. Appreciate it. Those Primes keep the stream turning. They keep the tournaments a-coming. We appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. As we get ourselves ready for this game number 2. Shout out to our new Patreon member as well. Thank you so much if that was you on the $5 Patreon membership, coming in, supporting the tournaments as well. Again, 100% of anything on the Patreon page goes directly into tournament prize pools, guys. So if you do want to support the tournaments, you can check that out at patreon.com/WardiTV. Appreciate it. Stalker building, Warp Gate building, Nexus on the way through. We'll just have our reactor in the factory coming about as well. Command center about halfway done. SCV is going to be finishing shortly. And just walking through the production tab really as we take a moment to settle into this game right here. And then Starport building in, Twilight Council, a couple probes in the Sentry coming up as well, the Warp Gate coming over. And just have the Corona boosting on the Nexus taking place for now as well. A hallucination flying about, trying to see a bit of what's going on. Actually gonna lift off the reactor, gonna reposition for a little bit and get settled down. And again, a couple of Hellions gonna move about for the moment. Trying to poke, and we do hit that wall. High Council Corona boosting away. Just going to be having ourselves the Hellions poking about, a couple Stalkers coming through. Again, Blink on the way about, Stalker still warping and getting settled right now. Let's just have the Hellions looking for a bit of a breakthrough. Just going to actually get around the back, and a couple of probes going down instantly. Damage being done. Just going to be seeing the 5 workers getting picked off for the moment, and Reaper getting back up into the main. Hallucination to obviously scout and keep an eye on what's going on. And we will have a hallucination denied a little bit. I mean, there's not too much you want to see. Obviously, I actually got to see the stim on the way up at least, so there's a little bit of info there you're already getting to work with anyway. Seeing that group of Stalkers moving back over and getting the +1. coming around for now. And charge producing through going to help a whole bunch as well. What's up, Casper? How you doing today? Thanks for dropping by on the YouTube. Good to see you. As these few Stalkers are going to drop by on the natural of Percival. He's less excited to have some guests here. Impact Combat Shield and +1. Continue to build for now. Cancels up. ByuN going to step forward. The few Stalkers are going to step away. It's another Stalker we're able to grab. Still seeing those Stalkers chase back for the moment here. Continue to punch on forward. A CV pull from Percival. Gotta get far enough forward to get those tank siege in a meaningful place. Honestly, I feel like he stopped a moment too soon. I feel like if he sieges the tanks up like a teeny bit further forward, he's going to threaten the robo facility and anything that comes out of the natural as well, and that would be huge. Stalkers, oh, that's not it. That was not the blink at all from Lemon. He's going to lose all those Stalkers, all but one. Second Colossus is big, but not if it never comes out, as the robo facility is going to be depowered. Robo is gone, and Percival is going to be looking good after 30 minutes. A grueling affair on ley lines. Game 2 on Pylon is going to be over just like that. Percival gets the 2-0. What a series. From one way to the other, coming out there in the end. GG's. Alright, we're going to get ready for Percival versus Rogue. So we'll get that set up in a few moments, guys. I'm just going to grab a couple bites of my lunch, and when we come back, we'll have Percival Rogue TVZ coming up next. The last match from Percival until he plays versus Art later. So let's get into that in a sec. Alright guys, the little issue getting into the lobby, but now that we're here, we're counting down into game 1 of this best of 3 between Percival and Rogue. Some TVZ action. If it's half as good as that last TVP, we're going to be in for some awesome games. See what we get as we get into Terran versus Zerg territory. Our first Zerg game of the Summer Championship. In the bottom left, our red Zerg is Rogue. He's taking on the blue Terran, Percival. Excited to see Rogue. I've not seen him in any of the online stuff since we came back from EWC pretty much, so cool to see him here. He accepted our invite, was excited to play. I'm excited to see what he can get up to here for us this matchup. A little bit of GLHFing. Not too much going on. So we take a moment to just get settled into Tokamak for our opening game here. Match Cousin Pool coming over, Barracks about to finish. As that Overlord moves overhead of an SCV and comes about, looking to get across the map for some scout info early on. No idea what that sound is. Something happening in the StarCraft party while we're in game? I am absolutely clueless. It's so random. King Speed coming up, couple queens coming in. As the Reaper does not really do too much. So Reaper moves about, having a little look to see again what is going on in the early stages. Hopping around and just having a little bit of fun for a little bit. Queen steps up, Reaper takes some damage, so get pushed back the other way for a moment or two. Reaper takes a few shots. The Queen and the Ling's going to be gathering around there. The Lair coming up as well. It's going to see the Overlord and the drones continue to pull back into play. Let's see the couple queens gathering up, Hellions and Reaper moving around. Let's see the Reaper and Hellions continue to gather about. focus out that bayonet, the spy, continue to come through. And let's just have our Spire coming about. So Hadra coming in, the Overlord and the drones coming up as well. And obviously the Hellions will just keep a little bit of map control going in the early stages as well. So just trying to fire up a little bit of a storm right now. Still coming about also, just going to be having a couple of Hellions. Still poking here and actually going to get rid of a few drones. The Banshee overhead. Queen going to be firing. A few drones going down at the moment as the Banshee is going to get cleaned up in a moment or two. 8 drones is pretty good damage, but then we're losing SCVs on the other side. The Ling run by is good, so... Well, I think that Queen could have pulled to the corner and maybe got the Banshee. But not done apparently as Percival is going to continue his way through the drone. 17 workers killed, and Rogue ends up in some trouble already. A little bit of pain right there, as that is going to be troublesome indeed. SCVs in a tank going to relocate for the moment. That was disastrous for Rogue. That's way more drones than you want to be losing. It's not like he was on a crazy count going in either. He's going to be trying to play mutas from here, so... I'm terrified for Rogue when 1-1 and combat shields is done. If Percival can just push. If he doesn't get too distracted and caught up on the mutas, if he just pushes after that amount of worker damage and mutas being built into, I think Rogue dies. Now, obviously, that's all kind of well and good, assuming, again, the Mutalisks don't cause some serious trouble. But if the mutas cause enough trouble, that can obviously be very impactful as well. A few Marines come stimming back the other way. We'll have the 1-1 and the combat shield coming up. Medivacs and Marines still coming online as well right now. I see the mutas flying through, a couple of shots coming about. Just going to be seeing the Marines going to chase away for a couple of moments as well. Combat shield, drilling claws, continuing through for the moment. Let's get overhead. A couple of those Marines going down still, so a bit more damage being picked away at here. I mean, again, this is what the mutas want to do, try and find a way to deal some damage from a deficit. If they can do that, then they're going to be pretty happy. The mutas pull away, the Marines in position to keep those mutas away for the moment. More Marines are out around the left-hand side. 1-1 upgrades coming through. Still got ourselves a Ling Bane coming about. The mutas running at the front. They've got some more Marines coming in from the bottom side. The muta's going to get hit by the Widow Mine, which is huge too. Connections there, still got the melee upgrades coming about. That's the mutas. I mean, they are still building into good numbers. Like, the muta count is kind of crazy. Percival, in the end, I think is going to be too caught up on the mutas to really get across the map and push. Well, Widow Mine shots, muta's taking damage, a few more hits coming in again. Marines load up, Medivac's going to boost away. It's going to be seeing the burrow coming about. Again, this melee and carapace continue to come in for now as the Ling muta is going to be set up shortly. Ling Bane around the left-hand side, the muta's still joining together. Burrow and the +2 flyer attack upgrade continue to build into play right now as well, so again, we get that set up. Probably going to get down to the bottom. And again, just push through over the moment. ByuN into the center of the map. The Link Bay Muta running away. Just going to see the ByuN still trying to chase. Just going to see the Muta's actually going to get on top of the Siege Tank, and that will go down immediately, so that's going to be a big grab. And this run by in general is absolutely decimating that mineral line of Percival. And again, he's spending so much of this game running around after those Mutas after a fantastic start. Things are coming off a little bit from Percival, away from how he'd wanted to. So the Mutas just getting into good numbers, and like I say, Percival never really quite getting to the point of being able to stabilize or anything just yet. Four shots, Mutas going down. More Mutas going. I mean, honestly, if we get rid of the Mutas and we can still push, there's still a good opportunity for Percival, but I do think Rogue is getting to a point where it's a little scary. However, has to rebuild a Baneling Nest and get back on track with that. So right now, can't build a Baneling Nest, can't build a Spire. The counter damage from Percival is pretty severe, knocking down some of those tech structures as the Bio comes back over. And again, just running after Mutas consistently is 100% a way to keep on running into trouble, right? As the problem that we're seeing. One's going after the SCVs. As we just take a few shots. Link nibbling about. Just going to be seeing the Bio jumping in on toward the hatchery. Hatchery going to go down. More drones going to go down. We're just flying back out into the center of the map. The Thor's still coming over. I mean, obviously getting rid of a base is big. It does help Percival out. Rogue is a 4-base Zerg at the moment, which it feels very playable against because you're only a 4-base Terran too, so this is actually pretty good for you in terms of base count. Obviously, Percival's lost a few SCVs, but Rogue's only on 71 drones as well now. Hive starting up, so Rogue is on his way to that. He's down in upgrades right now as well. And 2-2 not far from finishing. Hills would like to get that refinery, not quite going to get the opportunity just yet though. As we'll go after those missile turrets and we'll clean those up. Again, just going to have the Mutas coming back across for now, so a little bit of a step over. Just going to be seeing the 3-3. There goes your upgrade lead, huh? As 2-2 finishes from the Zerg as well, you're going to lose your +3 attack upgrade, so that is now going to be delayed heavily. A little bit more, a few more Lings coming through there. They're going to be at least zoning out from the main base. Oh, the SCVs are actually going to keep this alive. That was not enough Banelings. An attempted base bust gone wrong. Money wasted by Rogue. If you don't get rid of that base, that is such a feels bad. So much investment to don't get rid of it is never going to be good for you. So that's actually a little bit of a bonus for Percival, who keeps base 5 alive. So that is a major plus. Thor's just going to get chased away. Four SCVs picked off at the moment. We're still moving about, just going to be having ourselves the Ultra Cavern coming through, Adrenal Glands. Finally, upgrades and carapace continue to come about. Just going to be seeing the Mutas taking down a couple of SCVs. The Bane's actually going to jump onto a bunch of Marines there as well, so they get taken out. That's going to be a pushback. As you see the rest of the Lings just running through. SCVs continue to go down. A couple of Widow Mines will get towards those Overlords as well. Man, don't get me wrong, the counterattack from Rogue is going huge, but can Percival do enough here? He's just going to lose out on a lot. Medivac will try and micro the Thor back, and he will save one. As these Mutas on the other side trying to Medivac micro Thors around to deal with them, and you can just see at this point Percival might have lost a little bit too much economy. As Rogue with the Lane Bane Muta is going to push through and start to look very scary now as Ultras come on the field as well. I'm not sure if we're really set to afford a way of handling Ultras properly as Percival, which is just going to be another challenge when he's already started to struggle with the rest of this army, so definitely becoming a little bit of an issue. Just going back to the top. A little bit of a move up as we just have the Ultras. Gonna be ready soon. Kindness Plane is not far from finishing here. Drones pull out to the side. Mutas are going to look for the chance to get onto that medevac, so looking for the opportunity. Medevac will go down. A couple Ultras going to run through as well. You see the Banes coming over. The Ultras going to be right there too. Percival's doing a good job of moving around and trying to avoid the Ultras from being able to fight. He's got to get everything over here right now. Rogue's pretty much ready to fight with everything. He's got so many Banes. I feel like he doesn't even know what to put the Banelings on. He's going to just run towards the mineral line in the end. Rogue's also, he actually thought he was coming around for a big flank with everything, but he's actually running over here. There's another base in trouble that Percival is not really able to keep on top of just yet. And this one is, yeah, looking as though, really at this point, Percival is just taking a bit too much damage. The front doors get busted down. The Ultra busying himself on the Thor as well. Gives the Mutas a little bit more freedom as well. And Percival actually does survive on the top left, by the way, so does keep himself up and running there. But the overall supply, 106, 104, 102, about to be sub 100, 17 minutes in a game is never pretty, unless your opponent is dropping down there with you, which is obviously just not the case. And yeah, Percival will launch one more counterattack, but as 6 new Ultras pour onto the battlefield, they're pretty much probably going to see this one coming to a close. The Mutas are going to try and jump onto the command center. And Mutas will just go after the command center. A few Marauders, a few Marines will get there as well. As there it is. Rogue is going to get the victory. 1-0 lead for our Zerg. What's that? A Zerg winning? Amazing. I love it. We don't see that a lot. Just don't see a lot of Zerg. So Rogue getting the first win, as we will head into game 2 here in a couple of moments. I think it's Maganatha. Cool. I had to relog one after they did videos, so I actually lost them a little bit. Try and refind. So post into our second game here. Wonder what Wardy thinks won Rogue this match. I think what won Rogue this match is just the Mutas just were very effectively used. The Mutas caused Percival problem after problem after problem, you know? Like, Percival never really got comfortable against them, and then just the constant slew of run-bys, Mutas. Eventually, Rogue just wore Percival down. Percival did a great job of staying aggressive and actually getting a lot of damage done himself, so he stayed competitive. But at some point, he just lost 1 or 2 fights that he really, you just lose 1 or 2 fights when it's a close game like that. Yeah, it just kind of goes wrong. So, yeah, a little bit of a tough one. I don't think there's anything overly deep you have to look at on it, but yeah. All right, let's jump into the top left corner of the map with the blue Zerg player. This is Rogue. In the bottom right, our red Terran player is Percival. The thing with Mutas is you can let Mutas bully you and you know, you can take some damage from them because your army is always going to be still good and effective. But there is just a point where, like, even that is a bit too much, you know, and that definitely is a little bit of what we started to see in the end. Sub Uncle Slim, thank you so much for the 8-month resub on the Prime. Good to see you. Thank you for supporting. Big map Maganatha. It's actually one which, you know, if you asked me at the start of the series, is there going to be a Muta map? I would have maybe pointed to this one as a pretty good possibility for being a Muta-based map. So, just to see how it turns out. Gas pool coming up, barracks on the way. Take a couple of moments. We will be finishing soon. Again, the gas in the pool coming up as well. Take a little bit of time. Get ourselves settled in. Keep our heads out. We'll be moving through command center and so coming about. It's going to be getting underway for a couple of moments as we have the Reaper heading into the upper left side. How are we doing, everyone in the chat? How's everyone feeling today? The Wednesday, middle of the week. Feeling good. Feeling good about some StarCraft 2, huh? Have the that coming up, drone coming through, we get settled. Have you seen the lag coming online? Drones coming up, link speed building, add a couple of engineering bays as well. So we just get ourselves truly set up on that for the moment. Again, all of that coming by. Waiting for, there we go, a Roach-Roaron to come on up. So the Roach-Roaron comes on into play. And the left finishing shortly. The few drones being added, and that circling speed on also right now. Back there, the YouTube doing well. Good to hear it. Feeling good, Cat Bertino. Hungry, hangry. Oh, hangry. That's hangry's not good. Oh, Ellie's not happy either. She's barking away. One sec, guys. Nope, we are good. I don't know if Helen was still in or not. Get the door. Save Ellie from Barkageddon. Spire, link speed, all coming up. We do see the 1-1 upgrades in the stim pack building as well, so it's Mutas again here from Rogue. This game, it's going to be Mutas, and he's not taking a bunch of damage yet, asterisk, right? You know, it's, you know, so far. So I guess we will see what takes place. Queen's going to be in position. The Hellion gets turned back through the middle of the map. That's the 1-1 and the stim. Build up as well. There is that Spire coming through, and again, the 1-1 upgrades, the stim pack coming about, starport, barracks, all of that coming into play right now as the armory comes up as well. Mutas not good. No, Mutas can be good. A lot of Terrans really figured out how to play versus Mutas lately, but I think Mutas are still, like, they're not the go-to anymore. A lot of other styles are just more powerful. Getting toward Lurkers is more powerful. Mutas have a little bit of a tendency of, like, if you don't do well with the Mutas, you get into trouble. But if you feel like you can pull your opponent around the map and control those Mutas super well, Mutas are always going to be scary. That 100% something you have to, you know, continuously respect, if nothing else. So definitely one thing to think on is, do you have our combat shield coming about? Mutas coming up. Get settled down for a moment or two. Gonna see the Overseer continue to fly by as well. A couple of meters. Gonna get shot at by the missile turret as well. Just gonna be seeing that going through for now as the couple of Hellions gonna drive by for some drones. Damage being done. It's gonna be 10 workers going down for now. Marines get in position, a couple of meters get chased the other way. Just have the meters continuing to sell for the moment. 2-2 upgrades, combat shield. Plus 1 vehicle plane also coming online as the Marines, Medivacs, and Widow Mines will continue up. The Bane's gonna go wandering in. Trying to find their opportunity to make some work happen here, but not much going down just yet. Just going to see those meters pulling back out into the center. Again, the meters will continue to try and find an entry point. Remember that Rogue is doing this off of, again, no damage really, or nowhere near as much damage being taken. He's lost 10 drones, but he did lose 17 plus, right? So, something to think on. As the meters will dive, refinery taking shots. It will go down. We try and get the engineering raised in the 2-2. The SCVs move over. A couple of Banes here. Going to go after some Marines as well. And the Muta's going to get back in for the refinery. So damage being dealt. Things would like to try and find their way onto that third base as the 2-2 upgrades continue to take some damage now. A couple of Marines are still getting whacked away at. So damage still being dealt. And again, a couple of missile turrets firing up. Muta's taking damage. Muta's going down. So far, so good. I mean, nice to see the SCV count dropping, but again, you know, you're going to be on an upgrade late here. This is one of the other things. To go Mutas, you give up the upgrade advantage in a heavy way. So this 2-2 versus just +1 carapace. If Percival takes any fights over the next 2 minutes, all of these fights are going to be insanely favorable to him. And that's the sort of pressure it puts on the Mutas, because that's the sort of pressure the Mutas have to apply, because you cannot possibly let Percival take fights against your army in the near future. As we'll get onto the CC on this 6 o'clock. A few Banes on the right side going to get jumped on, they get turned away too. Seven more Banes coming online, +2 flyer attack coming online as well. Melee upgrade, carapace upgrade, and the pneumatized carapace on as well. We just want to fly in for a couple of the Marines. Marines coming back through. Just going to have ourselves again the melee and the carapace continue to come up for the moment. To bring that over. We do have the Mutas continue to come about once again. Marines still pushing forward. Ling's getting chased back. The Burrow coming online. The 2-2 upgrades would be amazing to have here for Rogue. He's going to start overwhelming this mineral line though, and the Mutas. Yeah, the Mutas are not going to be able to break through the turret, but the Lings will do a lot of work. 32 SCVs down, and this is a turn point. You want to know what won Rogue game 1? This is the kind of point you might point to in this game too, the moment where just Lings got in everywhere, Mutas did enough. At the same time, Percival does not really have any kind of scary force on the map that's large enough to stand on its own. And upgrades are finally starting to catch up a little bit from Rogue as well. Muta's still pouring out. Thor, Widowmine, Marine Marauder on the way, add the 3-3 upgrades on as well. Muta's getting in after those Medivacs, and Medivac just about able to escape away for the moment, just having ourselves a couple of drones. Taking a few extra shots also. And that 3-3 set of upgrades really is about to finish here, so 3-3 finishing very soon. I mean, this is the weird thing. It's like you do so much as Rogue, and then you still, as Percival, have an army supply that's within 10. You have an army that's ahead on upgrades, and you have an army that can, you know, absolutely still trade well against what Rogue has. And that's the, again, the constant pressure that has to be applied with the mutas. And that's why it takes someone special to be able to play Mutilating Bane like this, because the consistency and relentlessness of the attacks has to be non-stop. We're starting to build some mines this game from Percival, wondering if they could maybe find some better catches or so. Obviously be kind of huge as a couple of lings get behind the back and a nibble at a depot. Well, Bane's going to crash through. The units have to back away there as the Thors and the Marines pull back the other direction currently. And a couple of Thors will continue to fly our way. Just going to be seeing the Lings run straight into the natural. So in they go. The Lings continue to gather up. We'll get through. The Thor will go down. Just going to having the bio still heading up to the top side. That is going to be a hatchery in some trouble there. It will fall. Will get taken out. We have ourselves the 24 dead SCVs at the moment. But Rogue is not exactly looking pretty. Like I say, his army supply is not exactly there. And if he had to have a straight-up fight with two armies right now, I'd absolutely favor Percival's army. So it is still extremely close. Mutilating Bane back around the center. Just seeing the +1 flyer carapace coming in. Still got a +2 melee upgrade coming up as well. Just coming back over again. Just going to be seeing the army gets there one more time. And medevacs continue to do some healing. A bit of bio coming over. The mute is going to take some damage. Just moving through that little Zergling, just chilling out for a few moments as well. Oh, nice to get rid of some of those mines. Mines are obviously super scary, so something to watch out for sure. Just have a little bit of bio stepping through, a couple of Widow Mine shots looking to come about. And those mutas did take some mine shots, man. They're pretty low. If there's any follow-up on those mutas, it'd be terrifying. Right now, Banes are rolling in, mostly to Marauders, though. I think there's going to be enough Lings left over there to fight the Marines off, and that's going to force a lift in the end. Very nicely done. It is moving, Overseer's gathering, a couple of the Changelings moving on the ground as well. Just going to have ourselves the, again, Medevacs and SCVs. Continue to build about for the moment. The Bane coming up, the Raiders overhead are going to do some work. We'll fly about. It's a lot of mutas heading over that right-hand side, so really looking for a little bit of a shove across. We do have the Thor still producing, the Marauders coming online. Well, Medevacs coming by as well. As we'll jump onto the SCVs. Gonna get rid of the base. I mean, that's some pretty permanent damage. Percival's still doing good for bases otherwise. Again, he's keeping this very competitive, attacking around the map and keeping the action really mixed up and kind of here, there, and everywhere at the moment, which, like I said, I actually think is very important to the success of this. Very easy to kind of let that up and let this kind of start falling apart as Rogue is going to game on applying the pressure. I mean, that's what's impressive from both players. They're both keeping the pressure up in a big way so far. A few Lings there hitting those road depots. Another Thor that just gets caught. The Widow Mine is not going to get a chance to fire before it gets killed. 28 meters just controlling the map. Oh, ho, ho, the Thor is the wall. Oh, a couple of veins on the other side did connect, though. And the Thor in the wall there was actually sick. Some Marines getting left to just kind of fight that. That would have been huge. That could have been awesome, but unfortunately the moment kind of passed us by. Now I'm going to just sit kind of on this little high ground, low ground area as well. I'm just trying to abuse that. A second orbital command is going to fall, by the way. Both players are losing a lot of work as 27 drones, 31 SCVs. But CC's base is actually going down is a big deal. Mutas getting killed as they spawn is not great either. It's just as that Mutalist count getting too out of hand here. We do have a lot of Marines. We do have answers for the Mutas. It's just get them in the right place at the right time. Getting them in the right position is more easily said than done. The SCVs will pull through. The planetary does go down. That CC that just lifted, probably going to have to replace that base right there. But the Marauders are going to find the 12 o'clock base of Rogue, so that's going to go down as well. This hatchery will be dismantled. The Marauders taking that dub, and they are going to enjoy that. Muta's still gathering. The Muta Bane still building up. Couple Widow Mines will start to get burrowed again. Thor on the Widow Mine still very much so on the way through then. I mean, you just got to keep building that that splash damage, otherwise those Mutas will still continue to threaten control of the entirety of the game. It's 43 drones to 32 SCVs though, and I do think that that is a position which favors a little bit more our Terran player. That low eco with the mules available, I think does just about trade into that favor, so... Just fly through. Refinery goes down. Orbital going to lift up. SCV's in trouble. A bit more bio showing up, and the Marines do chase those Mutas out of here. As the Mutas take a chance to get onto the barracks, take down the reactor as we go as well. These Mutas are just doing so much. Killing the Widow Mines as they find them as well. Going to find a random factory here that's actually building a Thor. Widow Mine again does not get the chance to fire before it's killed. And that is the problem you have. The Widow Mines, just one or two of them here and there, are just getting completely, taken out of the game before they can really contribute. The threat of them is good, and they're good to have, but I feel like it might be time to stop just spreading them around, because even when we get a connection here or there, it's not really doing too much of anything. Muta will step forward again, a little bit of bio pulling back. So we've seen the bio coming through, Ling Bang gonna chase. Muta's overhead. Game's connecting in nicely. Muta's doing a lot. Rogue 120, 130 to 100-ish supply. At the same time, this bio army has to kind of back away. Man, the Marines were running back. I actually think maybe if we stood there, maybe we could afford, but maybe we just want to get away from those Mutas. Obviously, with both these central bases taken, it's so weird. These bases are so close to each other, and yet so far away because they're only really close by air. Obviously, that's great for the Mutas, but that's pretty much all they're good for. Some burrowed Banes in the ground could actually be kind of deadly at this point as well when you're playing such a close game. A couple of burrowed Banes like that could be massive. Did they just die to the Widow Mine? Are they just a bit further back? It's yeah. Scary if they stay alive. And can get used effectively, I suppose. May as well dive through. A couple shots coming about. Orbital will run back down onto the 6 o'clock, and we are seeing an army continue to pressure forward for the moment. So concussive shells, another Thor being added in. That Mutalist count, flock still moving about for the moment. Turret firing again, a few meters. It's gonna get hit. The medevac trying to escape out of there. Didn't do too well. Seeing meters pulling back over once more. Oh, that's a nice Widow Mine. Finally, a Widow Mine that actually gets a connection off and go with a Thor shot or two as well. Those meters again have to be careful, but you can see the supply is very much so heading the wrong direction for Percival. He's just been beaten down over many, many fights, and it's just Rogue that's coming out ahead. Work account's still close, but yeah, it's pretty tough as the Lings gather. Again, just threatening run-bys at this point. Any units you kill are just going to be so difficult for Percival to replace. I mean, Marauder and Thor being microed as best as you can. And the mutas are just gathering up as well. The Thor and Medivac are so low. I'm actually repairing the Thor. We're going to dive in for it, get the Medivac. Just going to absorb the Thor shots. We've got so many mutas. One Thor is not scary enough to them just yet. So Rogue just fights with them. He takes the trade. He lets the HP dip down. He's going to run back. He's going to let the HP regenerate. He's going to come back with those mutas again. In a fascinating series, we'll love to see kind of what the ByuN Rogue games look like. Wonder if Rogue's going to try and play mutas there as well. Definitely be kind of cool. Here comes another attack in from Rogue. Looking very good as we see those Banes looking to crash straight into this mineral line. The Planetary Fortress is going to fall. The other command center lifts off. I just do not think Percival can stay in this any longer. And we are going to get to a GG position. There it is. GG comes out. And it is going to be Rogue to take game number 2 and the series. Great start to the tournament for Rogue. Percival, man, is showing up a little bit today, huh? Percival's playing some games. Obviously, he's going to be on break now until we watch his matchup against Art a bit further down the line. But 1 and 2, you know, map win against ByuN. Like I say, he's been looking good. We'll see if he can get it done against Art. Would be a long way towards getting through this group, most likely. As we are going to go into ByuN versus Lemon. So we'll get that ready to go in a second. And kick this off. Perfect. All right, guys. Vetoes are beginning between the guys. Let's start it up and ready to go. Last Fantasy, Incorporeal. Torches vetoed straight away. Fast vetoes have been coming through today, which we need because we're getting some long games. We need those faster vetoes to keep us going otherwise. Alright, Tokamak going to be our opening map. Into Pylon, into Persephone. Let's get it hosted. Guys readying up immediately. Go GLHF. Just need a race swap. And we can go. Perfect. Next series starting up then, guys. Alright, into game. Games continue. ByuN versus Lemon. 4th series of the day. We got 9 coming up. Like I said, I believe the Rogue Art matches have not been played. But everything else has been played. And Art's not here to play live. He'll be playing Yeah, he'll be playing from replays. He pre-played his matches, so just a little bit of again reminder toward that. As we get into the top right corner of the map, at Blue Terran already proxying. It is ByuN getting feisty to start us off. Taking on Lemon. A great game earlier against Percival did not go his way. Can he make some magic happen against ByuN here? In one of our best of three, barracks is down. The probe does not scout it. It will go across the map instead, so we'll be able to see the lack of a barracks at the very least. It'll be the more go-to kind of play at the moment. Probe just patrols around the command center for a few moments. Cybercore on the way. Take a few moments to settle down. Figure out what our plans are going to be. Cybercore will finish. The Nexus will continue. Assimilated building, factory building as well. And the Reaper is a few moments away from being done. Next we'll finish Warp Gate on the way. Again, we get settled down for a couple of moments here. Reaper's moving down again. The CC in the reactor setting up for the moment. Let's see the sentry actually gets a nibble off on the Reapers there. See the Reaper's going to try and dive through. ByuN looking to try and get a little bit of damage done early. Not going to let this try and go as super freely in the early stages. Wants to keep his opponent honest, make sure he's got units where they need to be, stop those Reapers getting in, and all the rest of it. Let's just keep that going for now, as we have the barracks flowing back across the other side. Reapers will shoot, a couple probes going down. Some damage being done as we just have the blink chrono boosting on the Twilight Council, so we bring that blink up. Again, Rax is going to drop into position, the orbital and the barracks coming through as well. 2 more Widow Mines in production. Tech Lab also starts to build. Liberating a couple Marines. Continue to come through. Let's see the medevac there with the couple Widow Mines. Trying to relocate. Going to see one probe going down instantly. Now a second probe. And the Widow Mines still alive in the medevac. So still potential to get a little extra done here over the next few moments. Let's see that Widow Mine going to burrow as well. A few probes going back the other way. Stalker's going to get the medevac or not. Medevac is just going to slip out of there. Liberator thinking about coming into the side, not going to commit just yet. back for the moment instead. We're still trying to find a way around. A couple of probes are going to get nibbled at, so we'll see those guys getting chased back out of here. Against Stim Combat and +1 will be on the way. The Stalker's going to get there. The Liberator takes a few shots of damage. That Stalker in the back of the main base will get whooped in as well, as we just chase that out. Liberator sieges and just sits in the corner for the moment. And Combat Shield about to complete. The Concussive Shells and the +1 will continue through. Still got Marine Marauder Medevac coming online. As we Stalkers just making their way to the upper right now. A little bit of Bio going to show up from ByuN, and they'll stem through. Going to chase those Stalkers back right off the bat. Nice pushback from ByuN, as Lemon is not able to do anything initially, and now ByuN going to continue to go straight across to the other map. Right now, just going to get straight down the other side. Yeah, to get on top of this Nexus, so Lemon needs to be careful. You cannot really afford to lose your third base here. One Colossus to try and help us protect it. Colossus will do good damage over time, but need to keep it back and keep it safe. Widowmine does not go off there. Will go off on the whoa, the warp in. Oh my god, the warp in getting cancelled is brutal. Just the double Widowmine, so 2 Widowmines hit, all the warping in Zealots dying. Because they're warping in, you can't move them or anything, and yeah, the Stalkers took a beating as well, so really not ideal. Let's just have our Bio regathering. Colossus and the Sentry regathering up as well, as we have the Lemon army trying to recuperate from the previous assault. Is the music reverbing sometimes? I don't know what you mean by reverbing, but if it's going, it might be that you have low latency mode on Twitch. You go to your settings and turn off low latency mode. That sometimes does affect how the music sounds from the game. It should just sound normal, so that'd be my best guess. If it isn't that, then I don't know. Yeah, low latency mode like distorts music to try and keep all the video and other stuff working. It's a weird one. Couple of units is going to go chasing forward. You have the Bio trying to fight. Stalkers and the Colossus pulling back. Couple Stalkers going to blink in. Trying to find a little extra right now. Find the Vikings just settling down. Storm +1 in the thermal lens continuing through it as well. Colossus will continue to build also. Storm will finish very soon. As we continue around. Rain getting picked. It's going to be having the army stepping back for a few moments. Fire pulls over the right, gets a cancel on that gate already. The pylon will go down next. Just going to see the pylon getting picked off. Armor upgrade coming through. Well, scan coming about. Just going to see that army stepping away. A little bit of bio still coming through. Probe coming in as well. Stalker's going to fight. The bio army going back and forth. For the Storm. Just going to see the Colossus obviously firing away. Marauder's taking damage. The Vikings trying to fight back as well. Pylon gets picked off. Another pylon over to the side. Army moves about at the moment. Here comes this force from Lemon, looking to attack straight in here. As we do have ByuN has been pretty good at kind of keep on top of this army, and we'll start a chase. There's storms available. You need to start dropping these storms to stop this chase, otherwise you start taking a bunch of free damage. Archon's getting morphed and just dying instantly as well. Two upgrades. Still building through. Additional ghosts on the way. The planetary fortress coming out. Missile turret and command centers. Continue to build at the moment. The Stalkers and the Archons continue to gather. Let's scan, just keeping an eye on things here as we are going to see those Vikings getting through. The Colossus taking some damage. Another storm coming down as well. Scary moment for ByuN. Lemon is maxed out and pressing on forward. Remember how consistently Lemon was able to pressure Percival earlier, and he was just about able to hang on in there. Can ByuN pull off a similar defense right now as the +2 attack is on its way to being done? So that's not done yet, so there's an upgrade lead for ByuN for a few moments here. There's another Archon in the front that goes down. ByuN's actually controlling this army very well so far. He's dodging storms brilliantly. He's taking the pickoffs when he can. He's being extremely patient with the fight. A lot of good back and forth for this army as he drops some EMPs as well, threatening at those Stalkers. It is extremely Stalker heavy, which is kind of awkward for Lemon because those Stalkers are going to all struggle to fight at once. If this was a front wave of Zealots, they would A, be super tanky, and B, would then actually get into the fight while the Stalkers could fight from behind. The Stalkers are just going to keep on blocking each other. So that's the one criticism of maybe, again, Lemon's army right now. You can see that these Vikings just want to get after those Colossus. They are low, and yeah, the Colossus will just die too quickly. There's a few High Templar there. They get EMP. This is not a good fight for Lemon any longer. It's too many Stalkers. They're going to get absolutely melted in this situation. That's exactly what's happening. SCV's pulling in. They will start to go down. 4 workers dropping. The Archon will fall. ByuN will chase us away, though. And that forward nexus for whatever the hell we built this for is going to be shut down. I'm not sure what the overall plan with this nexus was. If there was... I don't know if he was about to build a battery farm or what the plan was. Either way, that is going to be a cleanup for ByuN, and again, just very well fought. And again, a criticism towards the army of Lemon, who just didn't have any Zealots in his force. And again, with Zealots, this entire army is more difficult to control as well. It becomes so much tougher start to finish. These Zealots coming through, a little bit of bio taking damage. A couple of Zealots will keep going down. Zealots will recall away. Double Ghost still firing back. Planetary Fortress helping, so the defense on the left side is made from ByuN as well. Energy for High Templar. Yeah, maybe you just energy recharge High Templar into the fight. It's kind of a cool idea. Yeah, I'm sure there's I don't know specifically what he had planned, but I'm sure there's some ideas of it as the army comes down the left. Storm comes down a little bit, bio taking damage. Then back around to the bottom side, just going to see the couple of probes dropping again. More Storm comes in, a couple of Vikings are flaring. Colossus taking damage too as we continue to flare it up. We're going to be seeing the bio continue to attack forward. I mean, a couple more Storms coming in from the other side. You can see that Storm still flaring up. The Warp Gates continuing through. The +3 to the armor upgrade coming about. The Viking Ghost coming online as well. Pylon will get killed as ByuN really is starting to just control this game pretty heavily at this point of time. Gonna jump on forward. Actually gonna get a real jump onto this arm. You're just gonna see a lot of this Protoss dying. That's a winning fight for ByuN, no doubt. GG says Lemon, as ByuN just has too much. ByuN will monster mode his way through to a 1-0 lead in this series. You're gonna see some good games today, guys. This group is popping off a little bit. It's been very entertaining so far. Alright, give us a moment, guys. I actually need to BRB a little bit once we get this game up, just for about 30 seconds or so. But let me get it hosted first, and I'll BRB on the countdown or so, maybe. Waiting for Lemon and Indy to jump out of the replay and we can host. And very well played by ByuN. Controlled his army very well, kept himself in a good position. Was very cautious and proactive about his EMPs as well, and there was a lot of patience and good army movement when he was playing the defense, which then opened up the opportunity on the other side in the end. Alright, ByuN and Lemon will ready. I will just BRB real quick here, guys. As we get into this one, I'll be right back. Game 2 of this best of 3 starts us off here. As in the top left-hand side, the Red Terran is ByuN up a game. Bottom right is Lemon with a proxy, double backwards proxy from ByuN. Roby comes across, stepping into position here for the moment. Have our probe continue to settle down for a little bit. The Reaper and the barracks on the way up. Zeld and Cybercore coming through as well. So yeah, going to proxy the Reapers. As soon as you see that there's no low ground nexus, there's Reapers is going to be what ByuN builds rather than the Marauders. It was kind of a cool explanation Harston gave us the other day about how you can basically go from seeing, ByuN kind of basically does the double proxy bags, but he has a plan for each situation. Like, he doesn't have to be Marauders as a backup plan. We're going to see a Stargate from Lemon as the Reaper is going to come home and that probe is going to end up in trouble. So that's a cleanup. At least, I mean, I guess at this point it's too late to cancel the Stargate realistically. Pull back and away for now. Reaper really does want to go in after that Zealot, so just going to try and pick that off, get that cleanup. Again, Adept in the Warp Gate building as well. Both of those Reapers heading down to the bottom side. Just going to get back into the main base. Oracle on the way through. Warp Gate coming online. We do have ourselves a few Reapers going to go after the probes for the moment. So some damage being dealt. As 2 workers already go down. 3rd worker Not a bad start from these few Reapers, and of course Lemon is super late to expand as well, so I feel like ByuN kind of likes this. Obviously there is going to be that Oracle out, but the factory's finishing a tech lab, right? So Cyclone on the way. Then we have an answer to the Oracle as well. Set up and ready to party. This is the Oracle taking a little bit more damage. The Oracle about to finish the stasis ward up. Cyclone got a lock on. Obviously knows the stasis is there. Doesn't want to go walking into it. Oracle into the main base. Cyclone's going to hit the Oracle. Push that back up into that corner. And the Void Ray just going to Chrono Boost for the moment, bringing that through. And the Void Ray about to complete here. Stim back and +1 attack upgrade. Both building at the moment as the Cyclone will patrol at the back. Cyclone actually goes to get a lock onto the Oracle. It's dead. It's just so tough to get Oracles to be useful against a Terran nowadays. Oh, building a Void Ray as well. What the hell is Lemon's plan? He's building a third Void Ray of this game. This is completely off from expectations. Now he builds the Twilight Council. Huh. Genuinely just very curious as to what the heck the overall plan is right now, and why Void Rays of all things? Like, of all things you could build, why would we build Void Rays? Triple Void up around the top. Have those Voids going to shoot. As he goes down, a few Marines going to get underneath. Void Ray will fall. Temple Archives halfway done. The gateway is continuing through. And the couple probes and the charge continue to gather at the moment. You can see that concussive shells is about to finish. The combat shield still coming online also. Again, the Temple Archives, gateways, and charge will not be far from being done. Storm is continuing to produce. Couple medevacs, couple marauders, the armor upgrade coming about for now. Getting settled for the moment as we just have the medevac finishing. Again, Marine Marauder coming through. The Widow Mines on the way. Gateways and High Templar building as we speak with the Storm coming through from Lemon, but I feel like his supply is down horribly. His army composition is horrible because he's got 3 Void Rays that feel very not useful at the moment. ByuN going to step through, going to start going on toward this base. Storm's not done yet. If ByuN recognizes it, he's going to dive in. He gets a full energy High Templar there. That's the one with the most energy on it. More shots. I mean, this base can't come up, so you're without a third. Lemon just going to GG. This was a disaster scenario for Lemon. I just don't know. I don't really know what the plan was becoming for him, or what the idea was at all. It's like he was still kind of terrified and playing terrified, but not ideal. Alright, we actually get back-to-back Lemon games. Lemon versus Rogue up next, and then we get into Rogue versus ByuN. As we will get that in and ready to start. Alright, we'll start up the ads. Ready to rumble. Ready to rumble. Bidders will start. PvZ coming up next, guys. And a couple Zerg matchups in a row. Going to be the plan here for us. Then we have all the art games at the end as well, just a reminder of that is coming up. Just not at that point yet. Made some good games today, to be fair. Before best of threes in, we've had like 3 hours of games. It's been awesome. Group B is delivering thus far. Alright, first map going to be Maganatha. This map keeps coming up today. Not usually one of the more common ones, but it's getting a lot of love today in this group, so... Interesting to see. First map Maganatha, second map Incorporeal, third map... Okay. Perfect. Yo, what's up? Member on YouTube. Hello. In Korean. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate the membership. Thank you so much. If I want to try my Korean, I will say 감사합니다. That's about as far as we go. Alright, throw Lemon up, throw Rogue up. Get the races set, and we can go into this PvZ. Go called from everybody. We're ready to go. Lemon Rogue, ByuN Rogue, and then again the art matchups coming up at the end here, guys. So we still have quite a few best of threes coming on your way. So I mean, this is the halfway point essentially. This is the halfway matchup. Match 5, like I said. I think we've only got 4 matches after this because we only have 9 today instead of 10 because we're missing a series, but I'll also be double checking on that as well. Awesome. I'm gonna count down. And let's get into the top left-hand corner with the red Protoss player. This is Lemon. Takes on the blue Zerg in the bottom right corner. It's going to be Rogue. In the bottom right, he is going to be setting up to see what he can get up to. Always a troublesome player. It was really fun watching his ZVT earlier. Super excited to see what he's got to bring in the ZVP. Kind of a must-win for Lemon. Losing to Percival and ByuN puts him at 0-2. Losing this would be 0-3 and very difficult to recover from, I'd imagine, with the expectation of how the rest of the group pans out, to be honest. So I would say this is really do or die for Lemon right now. Must win PvZ. Up to the top. Obviously, there's a little bit of chaos going on with the hatchery in the natural expansion, so we're going to have the hatchery down and a little bit of aggression from Rogue, so he's just going to throw this out and about for the moment. Just going to be having the Cybercore, the Gateway, the Zealot. Continuing online. The Assimilator coming through as well so far. And that Zealot going to start swinging at the hatchery, so a bit of damage being done right off the bat. And some work in there to start us off. As we see, and obviously we started to work our way through this. Ling's on the way. Queen building at home. Nothing really happening on this hatchery. Just using it as a straight up Nexus block is Rogue. Sometimes you try and get the Queen out and you try and drop the Creep Tumor down, but he's really just not committing anything to this. He's actually just going to build one pair of Lings. Maybe he builds an extra at some point, but one pair of Lings, scout up into the main base, get some information. Otherwise, I don't think we're going to be doing too much else. Zealot and the Adepts continue to go through the hatchery, taking damage. The Adepts going to shade back into the center. Just going to be seeing the Ling speed and the Lings to build that Resonating Glaives coming up right now. The extra Adepts coming through, so that's going to be the follow-up here from Lemon. I like it. Will shade forward again. Just gonna see the Creep Tumor going down. A couple of Queens right up at the front. Things actually do deny the pylon though, so that forward gateway going to be shut down. That's going to be a problem for Lemon. If his plan was to warp in from this position, that's obviously now going to be completely shut down and not going to be going anywhere. So that does make this yeah, a little bit of a tricky scenario. I mean, I imagine we try and repower that. More Depth Shade Nova. Dark Shrine behind this. The Ling's going to jump on some of these Adepts already, and that's going to be bad as well. It's all going wrong. As Lemon is going to be feeling bitter about this one. GG gets called. He just knows it's gone too wrong. He set up for something that's now being shut down before it started. GG. And Rogue is going to steal a quick opening game to begin this series. Incorporeal is our second map. Like I say, fastest game of the day so far, it feels like. Been kind of non-stop getting long bangers, but this one was a little feistier as Rogue creating the chaos to take the advantage, and a 1-0 advantage is his. Game 2 about to start. Just move some people around and we will be good to go. Ready, good luck. So Krodos, perfect. Let's go straight into this next matchup, guys, and get this going. Alright. This off. Incorporeal. Get underway. Bottom right side, his game plan obviously going a little bit wrong there in that last game. It is Lemon. Settle into game number 2 with Rogue leading the series 1-0 in the top left-hand corner. Away we go. Well, Rogue just sort of, throws the game on its head very early and immediately see Lemon just sit there and be like, huh. Bad. I mean, actually, I kind of liked what Lemon was going into, and I think if he gets Glaives and Warpins off that pylon and everything, like, I actually think it's kind of scary, I actually think you put it in a very scary situation. Unfortunately, he never got set up. He never got to that sort of a point, though, so unfortunately doesn't get anything done from there. You see the drone chasing the probe around. Just gonna have the hatch gas and pool coming up. Bit of everything building in there for the moment, so again, a little bit of getting started. So this time the probe blocks and the hatchery will come down over to the side, so we're just going to get that into place immediately. King's Queen, Link speed coming about, just going to see the probe chased away for a moment or two. Gonna get pushed around for a little bit. Step shades out into the center, so trying to see a bit of what's going on. And that will shade through for a little bit. Ourselves the Stargate about to finish up. Get ourselves nice and cozy in this game. Number 2, see if Lemon can get just off. Obviously, already looking like a bit more of a normal start until you see that Rogue is still building a few more Lings. Should be very defendable, though I don't think that's too problematic. The depth across the map will get some Lings. That may open the door for Lemon to do damage. Wow, he actually does lose out there, though. Those Lings do more than I expected. There's 2, 3 drones, though. Like I say, this is some pretty decent damage from the Adepts. 4 drones. 4 drones, a pretty serious worker pull as well. Ling in the main base going to go. 2 Lings in the main base going to go for a lot of damage. The probes have to pull here as well, so Rogue being extremely annoying. And breaking through on the other side is... Like I say, that alone is kind of surprising. Just the pylon that went down and then the door pathway was opened. More Lings moving about next, and the pylon will come down. Oracle activating again, chasing a couple of those Zerglings. Still the Twilight Council and Nexus building for the moment. Oracle pulling back around. Gets back to the top, so again, just escaping over there. At least Lemon now gets to kind of, like I say, settle into the game a little bit, right? After a little bit of a rough start, now he gets to settle down and play out for a little while. The Blink coming through, the gateways and the Nexus coming up. A few probes on the way in. A couple Queens are going to get there, and that Oracle will take some damage. Let's transfer back to the natural as the melee upgrade builds. The Zergling's coming online. Queen is on the way. The Blink is coming up. Additional probes coming through as well as the Oracle retreats all the way back home. Third Nexus getting set up for the moment. And a few Stalkers pulled to the side. A couple Lings will take some shots maybe. Oracle moving through. Some more Lings move about. Revelation goes down. So Bernardo Sus, thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime. Cheers from Brazil. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you for priming up the stream today. Okay, super appreciate it as our Oracle continues to linger about and get involved maybe. Still moving, dropping about for the moment. guessing the Stalker's going to go after the hatchery in the upper right. So it's going to go straight onto that. Pressure coming in, but the Ling's looking for the catch. Now, the upgrade not done yet. The Stasis got a lot of those Lings. The numbers aren't really great for Rogue, and he is down and hurting at the moment, trying to pressure. Stalkers will push once again. Few Lings coming back the other way. Well, recall. Stalker's coming back. The Ling is trying to focus down this Cyber Core. Trying to open up a little bit of spacing currently. Storm Charge and +1 all building up. The gateway's coming through. Yeah, I think the Ling's trying to put some pressure on. Obviously, we see the Storm in the production tab currently. So again, that Storm on the way up from Lemon. Going to be very nice. Stays in the corner. I'm not sure how much that would ever eventually do. These Banes are just wandering into the army. They blow up on the pylon because nothing else is going to go their way. Things are there, and the Oracle gets pushed back as well. It's just shoving that away there. +1 on Storm. Still very much so coming online. The charge coming through. Extra gates building. Robo facility about to complete. I'm just going to drop one more pylon down. Fourth goes to the right side. Ling's going to try and run the natural, but the wall is good. Warp in is good. Very nicely done as the extra Stalkers coming through. High Templars are there. I mean, you can storm these Lings on the exit. The Lings are going to try and dive the High Templar. 1, 2. Oh, a couple died, and then we only morphed into 2 Archons, but that's all the Storm's taken away for now. So these Lings that looked doomed actually turned into something very effective, as Lemon was not able to get rid of them in time, and the High Templars get taken out. Like I say, they don't all die. Some of them morph into Archons, but you wanted those High Templars to stay alive, gathering energy for Storm. So that really is a bit of a disaster compared to the, the expected scenario right here. More Stalkers and Archons still pressing up. Things would like to wrap around those few Zealots taking some shots. Hydras will be right there. Zealots still taking a little bit of extra damage, and it's going to be having the units going down. The hatchery, low HP, but surviving. Extra Storms coming down. The Ling Hydra trying to jump on this. I mean, imagine you just had a few more Storms even. And the Archons will morph in. As we pull back, we should be fine here to stand and fight as Lemon. These Hydras on their own should not really do much, and there's still an Archon mixed in there for some splash damage as well. There's another Storm even. And yeah, the Hydras really have to get away, and it's scary when you've only got Hydras. If they get chased back by those Stalkers, you can do so much. A bit more Stalker, and the rest continuing through still. Having the Prism gathering together, and the Lugaden Infestation Pit from Rogue. The future is setting up for Rogue. The Prism gets caught. Nice catch. However, there's a massive army on the upper right-hand side that you got to deal with. No Storms, though, right? Alright, so get some of these Stalkers back that the Banes initially connected in on. This doesn't look pretty for Rogue at all. Lemon going to fight back. The Storm's coming through. Hydra's going down. A couple more Banes try and crash in. Unsuccessful so far. Now the Stalkers blink on top of some of these Hydras as well. Some extra Lings coming over as well. Drones will pull. Oh, Lemon. He was so close to breaking through here. Apparently not good enough just yet. Now let's come back the other side. I've coming through about halfway done currently. The Ling's coming back over. Ling's getting in. A couple Zealots going to be there. Ling's chased around the other side. Let's gather feelings stepping through. Bane wanting to step on down. A couple lurkers coming up. The Ling's actually going to get a little bit of a wrap around here, and those Zelds are going to be in some trouble. Instantly getting caught, instantly getting cleaned up. That is an easy grab from those Zerglings. Lemon's had moments, obviously, where his supply's been looking great, but this is going to start backfiring on him a little bit now. And also, this army from Rogue is about to get better than it's ever been before. And a couple High Templar warping in. Let's see the Lynx going through. The Zell going to get jumped on, going to get taken out already. Hope to see it down the right side. Again, the Mothership building up. The Immortal coming through. Have ourselves Clement just trying to reach his latest state of this game. But like I say, he's up against a much scarier army now than what he was playing against before. So it's definitely something to look at. As the Overseer flies overhead. +3 attack on the Forge. Going to be building as well. Lemon had some great scenarios in this game. A shame it's gone away from him a little bit at this point. It would have been cool to see Lemon fighting back in a game too. I mean, not that it's over yet, just... You know, we were so close to Lemon already having the game 2-1, and that would have been a heck of a cool scenario. Get a little game 3 coming up. Rogue in a bit of danger. But I liked it. Well, now I actually fear for Lemon, because I really feel like these lurkers are going to do a lot of work. They get themselves in a great position. Just waltzes between the bases to begin with, and that is scary to start. The lane's actually already starting to break through as well. The issue right now is we don't really have a good answer to lurkers already available. Right? Okay, the Immortals, I guess, are going to be good, and they actually will tank a lot, but then there's more workers going down the other side. These lurkers honestly kill a lot because they're just pre-sieged. Lemon's army gets absolutely destroyed. Like, he wins the fight, but he loses so much in the process. GG, Rogue 2, Lemon 0. Yeah, it would have been nice to see Lemon take a map, but it is not meant to be, unfortunately. We'll see how Lemon fares against Art coming up in a little bit. For now, though, we'll go TVZ style, as we will get Rogue and ByuN ready to party. Alright, Rogue ByuN TVZ. Yeah, last live match of the day, guys. So again, the rest of the games after this will be from the replays. Art pre-played his matches. Apart from, again, I don't have any replays for Art versus Rogue just yet. I will double check that one, but yeah, just a little heads up as to we might not have the Art Rogue series, but we should have everything else. So yeah. We got some games started right now. He just started. Oh, what's up? Simon Lagosu, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it as well. We'll do a little sellout as we get into the start of this next game. We're not there yet. Who else was I looking for? In the friends list. You. That's not going to be Persephone. Get that hosted. Perfect. Hi guys, thanks a little bit of patience, just getting set up and everything. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Ready and GG, good luck. And you just swap the players into position, and then, as you can hear, that's probably pretty much just go time. Into this next one. Zerg, Terran, players ready. Let's do this. Let's jump on into our next game. Again, thank you for joining us today, guys, for the WardiTV Summer Championship Group B. Yeah, like, actually been fun games so far. We've also had some fun games on the side of the opponents as well. It's just been fun all around. It's just been fun all around today. Hell yeah. Alright, let's get into this. Yesterday's games were also great. It's just been a good tournament so far, and we're only in the round of 24. How exciting. In the top left-hand corner, the red Terran player here is ByuN, and he plays against the blue Zerg player in the bottom left corner, Rogue. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, obviously do consider supporting the channel by either following on Twitch or liking and subscribing on YouTube. Again, this is also a WardiTV event. 100% of anything you pledge on Patreon helps tournaments like this happen. You can check that out at patreon.com/WardiTV. This is a $5,000 tournament, and we do not have some special sponsor or anything. This is truly just you guys supporting the stream allows us to put on sizable StarCraft 2 events for the players to play in and win money on. You can also subscribe to the Twitch channel with your primes, even if or regular subs, or give some subs, just like Longstaff X has just done for the primes. I love the content. Hell yeah, thank you so much for supporting it. Be an eSports StarCraft 2 hero like Longstaff, and hit us up with your prime today. Again, we appreciate it, guys. It helps us out a bunch, and it allows us to keep on doing more StarCraft 2s. Beautiful. Beautiful. Matchcasting pool comes up the racks on the way. Get settled in. It's having the Reaper and the Orbital coming about. Getting settled for a couple of moments. Oh, sorry, just taking a chance to breathe a little bit, guys. Been some fun games. It's heckin' hot in here today as well, so appreciate you guys hanging out with us and enjoying it, and listening to me just yap on about nothing for a few moments as this ByuN Rogue game gets started. It'll be a banger, ByuN Rogue. Actually, really looking forward to seeing what this potentially turns into. So, I do think there's some possible fun involved there. Pulls back out into the front. It's going to be seeing the Hellions on the way, the Marine on the way. Getting settled for a few moments. And the link speed just coming about. Drones on the way. Hatch building. Let's see the Queen fire in. Reaper will take a few shots of damage. A couple Hellions. I see a little grenade going down. The Queens will take a little bit of a bop. The Ling's just going to be set there. The Queens will continue to gather. Is going to poke, and again, a couple of Queens will take a little bit of damage. So a few shots going back and forth. Again, the Stim and the Hellions continue to come through. We get the reactor coming online. Hellions just going to get healed up in the center. Take that healing shrine, and obviously that's the benefit of the map in general, is that you can poke with the Hellions, take some hits, heal up, go again. It's very fun as the Liberator pulls around for a little bit. Very well siege. A couple of drones are going to get poked at. Again, extra drones and queens coming about. You have the Evo chamber coming through. Attack upgrade and stim pack building as well. The siege tank will also produce on by. Add in that marine. And the Liberator is going to be right there. Those drones at bay. The queens can take some damage as well. Actually going to lose a queen at least. Now we target fire drones. Don't mind that. 3 drones go down. Get a queen. Not a bad Liberator at all. Sometimes, you know, you talk so much about this kind of like Liberator kind of re-sieging, repositioning. I actually just like this though. Like, you get 3 drones, you get a queen. It's just nice. It's just nice. Back about to finish. As I'll have the +1 attack coming online as well. A few Marines going over, siege tank coming through. I'm just going to be having our Hellions just going to be sitting on the edge of creep for the moment as the queens step across. Hellions will put some damage onto the hatchery, so Hatch taking the shots right off the bat. Reaper is pinging away at that as well. So far, so good. So far, so good. Combat shield and +1 attack will continue to come through. Getting the extra medevacs and Marines coming online as well. Which race do I main? I'm Terran main. But I don't really play enough to really say I main any of them now. I have the most experience with Terran, Zerg my second, and then Protoss I'm absolutely terrible at. Like, it's bad. I just have no concept of, like, so I actually played a few random games on stream the other day, and I actually played, you know, I queued into a game as a PvP, and I was just like, man, it's actually kind of wild because obviously I watch a lot of PvP. I can tell you a lot of the rough times in which things happen in PvP. I can tell you some of the supply at which things happen in PvP. But for the life of me, when you get into a game and you just try and do that, if you haven't done it before, it's just all over the place, you know? It's all the little things that are, like, natural because you've done it a lot that you then have to think about and then throw everything else off. Kind of crazy. So, yeah, these Lings, by the way, are just going to wrap around on those Marines. The Banes will get target fired. I was going to say it's been a good attempt of breaking out of this attack from Rogue, but I don't think he's got enough in the end. The Queen's about to step off creep, which means they can't transfuse anymore as well. ByuN reinforcing with another wave of this. Resources lost slightly favorable to him, but Rogue, all he has to do right now is kind of survive. ByuN's getting the armor upgrade, but he has just a 2-base Terran play on 5 barracks. Losing the siege tanks does obviously hurt your kind of power and your siege position. So there's going to be kind of more of a have to go factor from ByuN. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be good enough to win a game like this. Obviously, Bane speed finishing soon. Rogue is going to be on his way to a lot of things that will help him out here sooner rather than later. ByuN finds an Overlord on that right-hand side. The Marines are all on the same hotkey. It's a real shame he couldn't get some of the Queens when they stepped off creep before, because that Queen count is going to be one of the main reasons why this army is still going to look good for Rogue. Having that in the defenses is going to be massive. That tank put some work in, by the way. That position was held for a long time. The Marines actually did extremely well here. I actually think that might be extremely costly to Rogue in the end. Could be a major issue as the +2 carapace coming about. +2 melee will start. A few more Banes coming. Drones on the way. Just have extra Marines pulling down to the bottom left-hand side for the moment. Armory coming online. A couple of Liberators coming through. Just going to get rid of a couple of creep teamers as well as we just get ready for more damage. Siege tank will siege onto the low ground there. The Marines still pressing up. Queens going to get a little bit extra done. The Ling Bane will run forward. The Marines still absolutely looking to be feisty as the Queen count is going down. Honestly, getting rid of the Queens is kind of huge because they are actually putting a lot of damage out on this army. A medevac super low. He did try and unload the Marines that jumped into it, but it does fall with a couple still inside. Does Rogue actually have the defense here? As ByuN continues to press the issue. Ooh. Tell you what, the Queens are starting to get low on energy as well. Like right now, they're actually doing a great job of, again, putting damage out, targeting medevacs, but we're getting to the point where very soon, those Queens may not have any energy left at all. Whoa, ho, ho, catching the reinforcements, that's going to help a lot. It's going to do a lot for you, actually, so that puts you in a much better place. Rest of those Marines still coming around. The Banes still being chased as well. Just having the Burrow coming online. The 2-2 melee upgrades coming online. Things will wrap around. That siege tank falls. Overlord is picked off as well. A little bit of Ling Bane going back the other way. +2 melee. Burrow. Again, a little bit of everything still coming through here for the moment as some Ling Bane continues out. And we have the Queens just pushing back onto that Liberator once again. Marines will pull further away. The more Banes will fire. The Marines load back into the medevac to retreat out of here. The Liberator goes down. The Lib just falls right off the bat. Rest of these Marines coming through. Another Overlord dropped. Still a bunch more Lings coming about here. Banes, Queens, the +2 melee finishing. Hydra Den is on its way as well. Medevacs want to think about loading into the main base here potentially. Try and get a little bit more done. Queens will unload. Medevacs popping them out. Again, we settle here for a couple of moments. We just see the 2-2 continuing in. Marine medevac is on the way. Also missiles coming about. Infestation pit coming up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Boom! He even waited for an even better connection. My boom was out of time, but the connection was not. The Marines turned the corner and the boom was even better than I thought it was going to be. ByuN is struggling. He needs to win this game in the next few moments because the 2 base don't last forever. And I think he's genuinely on his way out already. I think Bane going back around the other side. That is going to allow you to flank into this position, and Rogue is just going to dismantle this setup as Rogue is powering on through, looking beautiful for the moment. I mean, this has been obviously a commitment from ByuN in this first game. Really felt like at points he was doing more than enough to justify it and to get into some good spots, but at the end here, obviously, it's clearly not quite turned into enough. As you see, the Banes continue forward, the Lings running in, and this, at this stage, is just awaiting for the GG, and there it is. GG called. Game wraps up, and that will be Rogue into the 1-0 lead in this best of 3 series. I will jump into a game 2 in a few moments. Get this set in a second. Is Clem playing? Clem's in group stage 2. He gets a seed because of his spring championship performance, so he's already in the next stage of the tournament. So he'll not be in these group stages you see this week, but he'll be around next week. Taka Mac, going to be map 2. Thank you, Zion SC2, for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. We are pushing that sub count up a bit, guys. We are at 646. The road to 700 is actually very real right now. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate the subs. Thank you so much. Myself a referee. Pull Rogue up into position. We should be pretty much good to go in a few moments' time. Our players are ready. Terran Zerg is set, so the races are good, and we can go, go, go. Perfect. Let's do this, guys. Let's get this going. What's up, dude? How you doing as well? Hello, hello. Such an exciting cast, wow. Look, excitement ain't my thing. Especially when Rogue already kind of won the game with the defense. I ain't gonna shout and scream when he's closing the game out in the opening group stage of a tournament. Who's the secret invited player? There ain't no secret. I haven't invited anyone yet. I just, I just don't know who to ask, to be honest. Like, I kind of want to ask a Zerg. I don't know if it would be better to ask a non-Zerg, who in theory would be a stronger competitor than a Zerg. You know, like, I'm like, I don't know whether to add more racial diversity, or I don't know whether to add a, you know what I mean, like an extra little bit of, just power. Tasia? Yeah, okay. If Tasia wanted to play, I'd invite Tasia. I'd love to play up Tasia. You can play Zerg? Sure, that sounds good. Yeah, let's get you in. Showtime, please. Inviting Protoss feels so bad, though. We already have so many Protoss. It really goes against my nature to invite Protoss, especially if they didn't play in the qualifiers. Because there's a lot of pros that did play in the qualifiers that didn't make it. I really do try and prioritize qualifying players' invites. And Protoss, unfortunately, are the most dominant race in the in terms of numbers, right? So, yeah. Thank you so much for the 30-month resub. 2215p. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for resubscribing. ByuN in the top right side is the red Terran player, and he is 3. Braxing over to the far left of the map against Rogue, the blue Zerg. For game number 2, Rogue leads 1-0, and the Overlord will begin to step forward onto the map as we have a look to see what is going on. Reynor, look, if Reynor wants to play, I would invite him, but I get the feeling Reynor has no real intentions of playing StarCraft 2 events right now. I didn't ask him, to be fair. I just auto-presumed that if Reynor wants to play stuff, he would just message me. You know? Like, there's just a thing where it's like, you know, he doesn't usually like to play and stuff, and if he does want to play, he's pretty good about just telling me that he'll play, you know? So, I'm gonna assume Reynor does not want to play any online stuff at the moment. Bunker comes up, and the drones will pull as Rogue prepares his defense against the proxy racks. The drones settle onto the low ground. A couple of Marines will begin to fire, and we have the bunker going to get cancelled right off the bat. It's not a bad start, as obviously we'll try and get another bunker up and start to establish this. Lings on the way, Spine Crawler halfway done. Obviously the main thing now is to push these Marines away and give yourself a chance to deny the bunker, which I think is going to happen pretty easily. We get a drone there, looking to see if we can maybe get a Zergling. Second SCV goes onto the SCV onto the bunker now, and we're actually going to see the Marines, I'm going to say surrounded, but actually the drones kind of missed their surround. They are taking forever to surround these Marines. That's a missed opportunity from Rogue. Horrible fight from him, who, I mean, is going to stop the bunker from coming up, but that was so much lost. Rogue loses 10 workers, 7 lings. I think this is almost, I mean, ByuN's going to drop a command center, but I was going to say, I actually feel like this could have been like a pull the SCV moment, right? Pull the SCV moment would have been, you know, keep building Marines, pull the boys. He's going to expand, though, and just take the eco lead that he has from the workers killed. And you can see that Rogue still feels the fear. He's afraid of what's coming up next, so he's starting to build additional lings, not knowing that ByuN is already kind of moving away from this concept, so Rogue is not going to catch up as quickly as he could have done as well. What about Neuro? If I'm going to invite a Zerg, no offense to Neuro, but he would get absolutely demolished in this tournament. It wouldn't even be close. It would be a complete waste of an invite. And that's not to talk down on anyone, that's just the reality. The reality of the situation. And look, if I'm going to invite a Zerg, I'm thinking Yakov, I'm thinking maybe a Laser if a Laser fancy's playing. But I just don't know if it's worth inviting one of those guys versus inviting somebody like a Gabe maybe, or like a Showtime, like you guys say. Like, you see, like, I'm just undecided right now. I have my ideas of who I want to invite. But yeah, it's just deciding who exactly want to do it. Ling's going to be putting some pressure on. Obviously, it's a little bit weird for the Terran, who does not have a ton of units right now. CC actually going to go to the high ground because there's so many lings made. So hey, at least those lings have been useful. However, we're still making lings. That part I do not love anywhere near as much, unless we're going to throw down like a Baneling nest, and this is going to just be a Bane bus. That I could get behind. Everything else I'm not so sure on, to be honest, right now. I just don't understand. I mean, you're just hoping that ByuN comes down the low ground. Is basically what's going on here. And this Hellions going to check. See, the lings are still there. Ling speed kicks in. Hellion gets away as well. I just don't see the long-term plan that nets you advantage for building all of these lings. He's still making lings. Hellion gets caught, but we still have a wall off. We transferred a few SCVs to the low ground, but even if you kill those, you're still down so heavily. Orbital can obviously just lift off again. And you just keep building Hellions to deal with this, because now ByuN knows how many Lings there are as well. He knows, okay, I just need to have a serious amount of Hellions before I move out. Seeing the Hellions trying to do their thing. Obviously, you can pull back toward the ramp. Here is the idea. A few Marines behind the ramp will help as well. They'll lose a couple of Hellions again, so ByuN is still going to be taking some losses. Opens the door so the Hellions have space to kite back in. And he loses more SCVs. I'm out here questioning what the hell Rogue's idea is, and apparently ByuN's idea is just to keep throwing SCVs to the low ground, but it's clear and obvious that his opponent has got so much in comparison. I think ByuN just getting over eager about trying to mine. Like I said, I still like it for ByuN though, because Rogue could have just been on 40 workers by now. He lost like 52 Lings. How many Lings did he just lose now? Let's say he lost 30 of them now. I think that's even an underestimate. That's 15 drones. That instead of killing off like 3 or 4 Hellions and 8 SCVs, you could add like plus 15 drones. Like I said, I think that's been on the polite side of things. So I actually think there really should have been just so much better. Like I don't see. Okay, I think this went fairly well for Rogue based on what happened. But what I don't understand is what Rogue sees in building these Lings that gets him so far ahead that it's worth building them instead of just droning. You know, I don't say, like, this seemed okay. It wasn't the best case scenario, but I don't know what, like, best case is for Rogue. Like, what does he think could have happened here that would have put him significantly further ahead than he is now? Because right now he's in trouble. And don't get me wrong, he was obviously in trouble from the start anyway. I just don't believe in this form of recovery, I suppose. One on upgrades, combat shield. Both of those building in for the moment. The Marines gather up. Siege tank is there. Armory SCVs continue to build for the moment as we have the Zergling getting grabbed and see the army moving across. This is where ByuN, I mean, he's got 46 to 29 army supply, and he's going to be playing against pure Ling Queen, and the Queen count isn't even super high as well because of the way the game opened too. So the only saving grace you really have right now as Rogue is maybe that Spine Crawler tanks a bit for you. No! No, your saving grace is unburrowed! Not exactly ideal, as ByuN obviously has way too much yet, and that's going to be a GG. Yeah, I just don't understand what the idea of that many Lings was from Rogue. I just don't think they paid for themselves, and even then I thought ByuN was actually a bit overly greedy trying to take the low ground against them, even when he figured it out. So very interesting. Like, if ByuN had ever just waited for like 6 Hellions all at once, the Lings do even less, you know? And ByuN takes like another, what, like 30 seconds to actually get into position. I just doesn't, like, when you see the barracks floating home and stuff, I just, at that moment, like, you just drone, man. Like, you get the chance to just drone. Kind of a crazy one. Love to, one of the few times actually where if like we had a winners interview, I'd be like, man, I'd actually love to ask Rogue about this just to see what his thought on the scenario was. He might just think he's too far behind, that droning is never going to be good enough anyway. So he just feels like at least by doing something weird, maybe you open the door to at least something going favorably for you, right? Like, it's probably not. He probably understands that this is not actually really ideal. But he feels like that chance of just it being weird has more of a chance than just droning, because he thinks he lost that many workers. And it was a bad defense initially against the 3-racks, so I think it's one of those scenarios where in the moment he just says, no, I just don't think I will ever get away with droning from this scenario. And so he just feels like the Lings are at least a what if moment, a dream. Just flapping around. Maybe being a possibility. Jump in to game number 3. Side map here between ByuN and Rogue could be an important one. This one could actually really determine who wins out this group, right? They both beat Lemon, they both beat Percival. Obviously, the games versus art are coming up next. But yeah, this really could be a big deciding map. Had 100 gas, maybe forgot the Bane Nest. I would have liked it more if he threw the Bane Nest down, if nothing else. I actually think a Bane Bust there actually could have had some potential. All three units on the high, or all three structures on the high ground are depots. You can bust those down, supply block, run Lings in. Especially if you catch like the first Hellion or so, because you're not expecting that many Lings as ByuN. I actually think the Bane Nest would have been pretty good. I actually could have... With a Bane Nest, I actually think I would have gotten behind Rogue's idea. But just the Lings... Yeah, I'm not so sure. But that's the benefit of us being out of the game. We can sit here and question and, you know, concern ourselves with it. It looks very different when you're playing from the point of view of Rogue, of course. Aggressive series from ByuN. 2 base all in. Reacts proxy. Maybe he's just like, I do not want to play against those mutas. He watched Percival play against them. He's like, nope, I don't want to play versus mutas today. We will not be entering the macro game. So, we get to game 3 of this series. Genuinely curious as to what Rogue is planning to do. Feelings gonna chase after the Reaper for a couple of moments, trying to see a bit of what's going on. Looking for that little bit of early game opportunity. Nothing really though coming in right from the get-go. Have our reactor building up on the barracks, going to give way to the factory for some Hellions in the fairly near future, and that is our pretty much just our go-to point for the moment. Nothing really surprising about that just yet. Reaper is about to die, so Reaper will go down. Actually, about to finish. The few drones still coming about. Queen's building, drones on the way. Add a couple creep tumors in there as well. So far, so good. Protron is building, so Rogue is going to switch it up a little bit for what we've seen so far. It is torches. It's not really a muta map. It is absolutely a roach map. See roaches on this one a fair amount in the past. I'm going to shoot Overlord, taking some damage. Overlord will go down, so that will drop. It's going to be seeing the lair, the drones, the Overlord's building, the extractors coming through as well. We had the stim pack on, we had the barracks on. Just see the couple of queens will be there to push the Hellions back the other way for a few moments. Second is going to go and hit Overlord right now, so some damage being done. Ovi taking hits. A few shots coming through as the Overlord will drop. Rogue supply blocked as the Hellions try and move up in toward the natural. Hellions will try and fight. A little bit of damage being done. Still got that stim pack going through. The Roach is still coming online. Again, Hatch Overlord, a couple extractors and creep tumors coming down as we speak, so all of that comes up for the moment. Viking gets over to the right side. Again, still about to finish. 1-1 upgrades coming through. Add that roach speed in as well. A few more roaches in production currently. And the orbital command is going to go to the third base. So, ByuN just expanding out. Rogue is about to hit the 3-base economy, which is typically where you see what he wants to do next, but it's only 1 Evo chamber, so if it's not 1-1 upgraded roaches, you're probably not going to be super aggressive on roaches. This is probably going to try and switch into ling speed and some lings to accompany the roaches on the follow-up more so, because carapace is obviously going to benefit both those sets of units. If you're just going to build roaches, I mean, very rarely you just wouldn't go 1-1. He's about to finish the second Evo chamber, so maybe he does just go +1 missiles now. It still doesn't feel very timing focused. He's also going past the 3-base saturation. And there we go. It is melee upgrades. Like I say, just the whole thing was not really lining up to be anything kind of super roach focused or only roach focused. Melee upgrade, ling speed, now the infestation pit, and we start to see the next step of this from Rogue, which seems to be lings. And then maybe even very fast ultras on the follow-up as well. Could be the idea that we're heading toward at the moment, so... Group of Marines head down. To the bottom left, there's an attempted hatchery coming in here, but it's not there yet. And maybe that's what ByuN was looking to find, because he turns around when it's not there. Comes up now, but the Roach Ravage also there to protect it because of the initial scout that Rogue had on that position, telling him that his opponent was moving over into that location. Upgrades continuing to bounce. Going to be seeing a couple of infestors coming in on the side of Rogue as well. 16 more lings coming up. Drones on the way. Hive building. Bay nest building. Seeing the few Marines unloading back on the other side of the gold mineral line for the moment as well. Just bringing that straight back up and into play. Hive is about to be done. A few more Zerglings coming out. Bane speed, maybe the next part of the build. Like I say, we'll see what comes out of the Hive. I'm just expecting fast ultras. But maybe add, I mean, if you think it's going to be tank focused because you've been playing roaches, you could add a couple Vipers as well. Obviously have a lot of utility. I think just adrenal glands, ultra cavern is the most logical go-to right now. And like I say, a little bit of the Hive tech and Vipers as well. Ultra cavern gets started. Adrenal glands, +2 melee, +2 carapace was already on the way. Now the only thing to add on if you want any of them is going to be, like I say, a couple of Vipers maybe. Which I think are always going to be decent. You do see ByuN adapting to the composition. He was building tanks early, he's got 3 of them. Is now going to begin building lings. Roach Ravager stepping through, just going to be having the bio. Chasing around the lings on the other side there. As we run up to the top, that's not a good run by. They just get completely trapped. Had to run back through another army to try and get out of there. Medevacs still gather on the left, so ready to maybe make another drop in at some stage. CV's coming about. We got the Ultra Cavern getting that chitinous plane going. We're very close to getting to everything that Rogue has kind of been building up toward. Nice fungal growth going to guarantee that those units go down. This would be not a bad time for ByuN to be pushing because, like I say, Rogue's army is about to get better, but it's not there yet. Right now, it's just kind of Ling Bane and doesn't even have adrenal glands. Well, now he has adrenal glands just as this fight's breaking out. But I don't think any Lings even got a chance to fight there. ByuN with the split. Instantly 5 ultras on the rebuild from Rogue. They're not going to be ready for a little bit, but it's enough right now that ByuN has been chased away, and he will not be able to push in any further just yet anyway. Medevac with the Marine inside, pulling back through to the top. Pandering Fortress there has the mules dropping down on it. ByuN just looking to get Remax. Obviously, Rogue insta-rebuilt into the Remax just previously. +2 melee, +3 carapace starting as well, and like I say, the Just more upgrades for the Ultras at the moment. We're going to start a Spire. We'll see what that comes into later. Obviously, Corruptors can be very useful. Maybe a Broodlord switch. It's going to be good if the Liberator count grows at all. It looks like ByuN is currently just looking to build Ghosts, though, so don't know if that's going to be much of a concern here, realistically. As the bio turns, and that Ultralisk is going to be taking some beatings, and that's going to be maybe even a dead Ultra Cavern as well. I'm going to kite away and just, as we kite away, actually work our way through a bunch of the workers instead. ByuN loses everything he dropped in with, though, so this was not a cheap kind of, jump into the main base. And I actually think ByuN's in trouble. As you can see right now, 153 is applied to the 190, so it's not exactly looking great at the moment. Fungal Growth catches those Medivacs, the other Medivacs coming back across here. We'll see the Queens able to go after the rest of those Medivacs as well. A couple more Banes trying to come about. The Ultras are gathering. It does really seem as though this is ByuN, who just lost a little bit too much. First trying to push and then just trying to drop, and he's just not had enough kept alive to actually deal with the proper shove that finally comes through from Rogue. Played defense for a little bit there initially. And here we are now, powering in. Fungal Growth good on the Medivacs as well. Gonna drop onto a whole bunch of those. Nicely handled. I think this is really not looking good for ByuN boy, who is, looking as though he's going to be down 1 and 2. And Rogue looking to sweep this group so far. Obviously still has Art left to play. But very good start for Rogue. A strong performance from his Zerg when we needed it most. Love it. Bling's going to run through. I mean, SCV's still dying. The Orbital going down. ByuN does not have an answer. Been a bit of a rough day for ByuN. He had a real struggle against Percival to start the day off. Against Lemon, it was a little bit easier, I suppose, but yeah, I feel like ByuN has not had the easiest of days. Rogue does get this one 2-1. Victorious, and should be quite happy with that. Congrats to ByuN. As we're ready up for more StarCraft 2, guys. Let me run some ads. We're just gonna stay career, I think. Yeah, we'll just stay career. I'll just put them in here. And we'll go from here. Perfect. Give me a couple of those, guys. Move that across. Rogue did not give me the reply I was expecting. He just said, okay. I'll ask on the other side. Alright, cool. Alright, we'll just take a moment or so, guys. We'll set off into a little bit more action. Oh. Alright, perfect. Let's do it. So let's do it like this, guys. So out of the matches I have right now, never mind. Maybe actually. Oh, cool. So never mind. So, Rogue Art are going to play now. So we actually have another live matchup. Perfect. That works. Let me just grab the games from here, and I can put them into here. And then this one's going to be live, and we can go from there after. Perfect, that works. That works just fine. Awesome, so we're actually going to have another live match, guys. So, yeah, I thought they were just going to pre-play this one or so, but we're actually going to get to watch this one live, and then we'll just watch the art games from replays between Lemon, him and ByuN, and him and Percival. I think the way we'll probably approach this is we'll just go from the bottom of the group up, maybe? Like, if Lemon's already eliminated, maybe we see Art Lemon first, and then maybe we do... Yeah, I guess it would be Art Lemon, Art Percival, Art ByuN in that order after Art Rogue. That seems good to me. Mix the matchups up a little bit. Thank you so much, Wintermute, for the 59-month resub. 59 months, time flies. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Almost 5 years. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. What's up, Notobiz? How you doing? Thank you so much for the fresh new Prime sub. Will we see Art today too? Yes. So Art couldn't play live. He's got a job, like he's got a a real life, so he can't play on the weekdays during the day. But he pre-played with everyone apart from with Rogue, who couldn't play yesterday, I guess, when they asked him to pre-play. But Rogue is going to be, apparently him and Rogue agreed to just play when the group ended today, so they're going to play right now. So we're going to get this started up, and we are going to kick this off. Perfect. So like I say, for me, this is a surprise for me. I thought we were just going to have 9 best of 3s today. We're actually still going to have 10, and we're even going to have another matchup that gets played live. For me, this is great. This is like 7 best of 3s live. Usually we get like, usually we get like, 5 best of 3s live, so I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Go, 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 getting cold. We're readying up, and we're going to kick into the last fantasy to start the matchup as well. Fun. Bonus content indeed. I mean, like I say, we're going to have this series at some point anyway. I just wasn't expecting it right here and right now played live for us, so it's a bonus. I wish I didn't have a job either and could just play SG and other games all day. Look, most people that can do that are actually making money from the game at least, so, it kind of is their job. They've got to, be professional and show up on time and be good, have a good work ethic. There's challenges, believe it or not. I wish I could just play games all day as well. I wish I could just sit here and talk about StarCraft all day. I guess we do, don't we? Huh. I wish on days I didn't want to talk about StarCraft, I could just do something else and still make as much money. The days where it's just like, you can clear, the wardy passion is not quite alive and burning. Some days are just like that. It's a long day, I'm tired, whatever. I wish you could just sit back and just chill, but it doesn't happen, huh? Crazy. What would I do if StarCraft 2 dies? Well, I mean, to me, if StarCraft 2 dies, that means I would have already given up on it. I mean, StarCraft 2 is never going to die. Like, StarCraft 2 might downscale, and it might completely change, it might look very different to what we used to, have, but as far as I'm concerned, we're just going to keep casting games, like, as long as, people want to watch the game, I will just stream the game and enjoy it. I mean, I just find it very difficult to believe that there are so many people that do enjoy watching StarCraft 2 that that's just going to completely disappear. I mean, people still enjoy watching Warcraft 3, Brood War. Like, the people that watch StarCraft 2 will probably, for the most part, watch StarCraft 2 almost forever, to be honest. Like, that's not true, not everyone will, but there'll always be a certain amount of people that probably will just want to watch StarCraft. So I don't really have any plans for StarCraft, guys. I'm just going to keep doing StarCraft as long as people are watching it. And if people stop watching eventually, maybe we'll have to do something else. But I personally think that's very far in the future, I think that's very far in the future. So, even if the big events stop, yes, the scene will look different. Things will rescale and resize. And, things will not be as they are right now. But that's just something that we adjust to, we adapt to. Community events do exist, etc. So, yeah. Where does the prize money come from? It comes from you guys supporting the stream. The WardiTV events are completely supported by the stream. So, if you're enjoying what you're seeing right now and you want to see more of it, consider subscribing, consider supporting, consider checking out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. All of that is going to help us to keep on running events and putting the prize money in. You got into StarCraft 2 in the last 6 months. It's been super satisfying to learn. Hell yeah, that's awesome. See, like this is what I mean. Like StarCraft 2 is the great thing about StarCraft 2 is it's not just a fad, you know? It's not just like the cool thing, you know? Like StarCraft 2 is genuinely just a really good game. Like it stands the test of time, and we already know that because we're 15 years in. So like we already know it's just a good game. Like loads of people love playing old games, retro games, blah blah blah. Like if the game is good, people will still play it and people will still enjoy it. And realistically, the game is good, you know? It's not like I've made my career casting, you know, I don't know, like TikTok Revolution 2, some TikTok game you play. It's like I have no idea. You know what I mean, right? It's not like this is just some random game that's popped up like in the last few months and like this is it. This is my career, right? Like, because that something like that will die. I just don't see StarCraft 2 disappearing. Haven't played in a long time, but it's still so great to watch. Yeah, exactly. And you know, like, we might not have the most players right now, but you actually have a lot of younger players as well. Like, there's a lot of younger players that are still playing and kind of coming through as well, so... Salaza, how you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the £50 donation. Did I say keep on doing you? I believe it said something like keep on doing you. Thank you so much for lighting the screen up today. Mate, I feel like I've not seen your name in a long-ass time. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for supporting. Keep on keeping on. Thank you so much. Appreciate the £50 donation. Just tapped out to open my stream elements there. Thank you so much for the donation. Some love in the chat for the 50. Thank you so much. Like I said, I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. We do have our link speed starting up right now. Just going to get that on the go, get that working. Nothing too crazy going on just yet. We'll have the lane moving around and a couple of adepts and Zealots going to move through for a few moments here. Actually, so this game also, we haven't really talked about this game, but this game did start with an early pool and some pressure. Didn't kill anything. And now we're going to go double Stargate Tempest from Art to try and apply some pressure. So that's going to be his plan from this point on. Put some pressure on with this and see just what we can kind of get to. See what sort of scenario we can build for ourselves right now. Here in game one of this best of 3. Oh. Oracle now goes down. Kind of want to keep that Oracle as well. Freaking air blockers on this map suck. I hate them. I was going to say Oracle nice to keep alive because it can help provide revelations and extra vision range for the Tempest, but, well, there goes that thought. What's up, Viking Vaughn? You've been watching you for years, played StarCraft main pros, and used to host watch parties for the WCS. Big love. Hell yeah. This is what I mean, man. Like, I really feel like StarCraft 2 is just endless for some people. And that doesn't mean, like, everyone has to watch StarCraft 2 all the time. But if we have a constant, like, you know, rotation of people, like, you know, I like watching StarCraft 2 this month. Now I'm not interested, but I come back to it because the game is good. You know, like, if that keeps on happening, then we're always going to have viewers, you know, we're always going to have a community, you know? We're always going to have, you know, things to talk about. Thank you, Duck Templar, for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Ling Bane is approaching, so it's a Ling Bane burst from Rogue. The Tempests are across the map, so there's basically no units here right now for Art. So he's in trouble, because these Banes are going to crash through this Stalker. Extremely slowly, but they will. The Sentry does not get there in time. Force Field's too late. I mean, there's some Zealots and some Adepts. We don't necessarily want to... Oh, I actually don't like the Adept Shade. I feel like the Adept Shade puts them in more trouble. I mean, this is weird, because basically Rogue needs to do a ton of damage, because if he doesn't do enough damage, he's going to die to the Tempest. But at the same time, there's not really much to deal with the Lings, and the Tempests are doing damage on the other side of the map, eating Spork full of hits, so we're going to lose one. Art's obviously a little distracted, because there's a lot going on. Like I say, he's going to start losing absolutely everything. He needs something to deal with these Lings. He's going to get some Oracles Chrono boosting out. He's going to need a bunch of those at this point. Tempest will take a few more shots. Queen's going to be right there. The Ling's going to go in after a few more of those probes. Damage still being done. The Tempests are still going to get themselves into action, into play. I mean, Art's got basically no supply. The problem is that the Tempests don't win the base trade. Oh, no. I mean, not that the Oracles... I mean, the Oracles would definitely help clean this up, right? I guess the problem is I mean, honestly, like, Rogue's building a spy, but that's gonna die as well. Like, he still can't kill the Tempest. I mean, if you're Art right now, you just need to run your one probe around the map and just try desperately to build stuff in other places and just to give yourself time to somehow, some way, kill everything with the Tempest. It's not going to work, though, because there's 40 drones, and Rogue should always be able to rebuild enough stuff himself that he will just outlast in this base trade, right? Like, Rogue will always just outlast and be able to build more. The Tempests aren't fast. They're not going to be able to keep up with those drones. Art is a few moments from being revealed, and so then Rogue knows exactly where to send his lings to catch the pilot. Okay, we build a Nexus. I was going to say, I actually think building a Nexus might be one of the better things you could do here as Art, because it stops you being revealed. Because if you stop yourself being revealed, at least then Rogue has to guess where to go a little bit more, and that gives you at least a little bit more of a chance. Hatchery goes down. We're just going to focus on killing hatches right now with these Tempests. Queen obviously going to have to be a target as well. We're about to find the Nexus in the top right side. That's the last structure on the map for Art. This game is done. Art cannot win it fast enough with the Tempest. The Link Bane Burst is good. Oh, he has a pile in the main base still. So back in his main base, we'll take a couple more moments. We can figure that out. Yep. He's being revealed. The pylon, Rogue sees it. Rogue does have a Bane Nest, Neva Chamber, and he's building 2 new hatcheries. Because again, Rogue was just rich and he had drones. That's the problem. The Tempest could never get rid of all of those drones and stop them from getting out onto the map, which basically is the problem. GG. I appreciate it though, Art. He's gonna... No! Oh, cheeky. He left the game just as the pylon died. I was gonna say he's gonna let the pylon die still. But he didn't. He left the game as it was about to die. Nothing wrong with that. When it comes down to a base trade like that, you know, I think you're absolutely well within your right to stay in the game for the last structure dying. I think it's absolutely allowable. Art didn't cancel. Yeah, he had no probe left, so it didn't make a difference. I actually thought that was his last structure anyway, so I wasn't paying as much attention to it as I maybe should have done, but yeah, kind of a fun game. A little unfortunate for Art. We get ready for game 2 here as we host up into the second map. Again, after this, guys, we'll continue to watch the Art game, so Art's going to be playing again. So we're going to do Lemon, probably Lemon, then Percival, then ByuN. I think in that order. I think that's the order I want to do it in. Liquipedia has like an order that they set, because I just said it doesn't matter what order it's in, but I actually kind of want to do it in the order that... I mean, we could maybe do TVP, PvP, PvT. We could actually maybe do it just like in the order on Liquipedia, to be honest. Because to be fair, even if it gets down to like 4th versus 5th place at the last match or something, every match matters because 4th and 5th place take home different amounts of prize money. So there is a difference there. There is a difference in kind of every single match. So even if it feels like the group gets decided, it still matters. So maybe we just stick to the Liquipedia order. Maybe we do Art versus ByuN after this. Gonna get ourselves settled down for a moment or two. Just gonna be having the game getting going, get underway. Have the hatch gas and pool all finishing up, so we get that going. Just have ourselves the Nexus and the Cybercore coming up as well. A little bit of building here. And obviously just getting ourselves settled down for this one. It was honestly a fun game in the end. Obviously it started off a bit weird for Rogue, the Bane Bust, and it initiates kind of this base trade feeling. I don't think Art can ever win, though. I think Art... I actually don't even think the 2 Oracles help him either. I mean, they would have killed some Lings. Maybe if he could have killed more Lings more quickly. I mean, yeah, maybe if you kill more Lings more quickly, then maybe you do stop the... It's weird, right? Because you're like... You're kind of looking to stop. I'm trying to process in my head. Like, you stop more Lings, but then you don't ever get to build a Nexus. So if those Oracles get out, maybe it helps. Because I guess we're getting to the point as well where Rogue can't exactly keep building units either. So maybe actually the Oracles really would have done a lot. Yeah. Not sure. But then like I say, it's even easier for Rogue to win the game because then Art gets revealed and you can't afford a Nexus. Unless maybe the Nexus doesn't die because in the first place because the Lings die to the Oracles. You stop committing on it. Oracle coming up, Warp Gate about to finish. Link speed will be done soon as a couple drones and Zerglings and Overlord continues to build up for the moment. Getting all of that on the way. We'll gas into the natural. As the Warp Gate continues to come around. So Warp Gate just about to finish. Rotoron and Hatchery continue to come up as well. Seeing the few additional drones producing in for now as the Overlord and the Queen will build also. And the Oracle just heading down toward the bottom right side of the map. So again, trying to see a bit of what's going on. Gonna see what's up. And Rotoron will finish very shortly. Step will be there. Zerglings will take some shots. The depths will just shade around. Trying to see a bit of what's going on. Probe Facility, Forge, and Twilight Council coming up for the moment. Additional probes on the way in as well. We'll just see the extractors in the lair building as we speak, and we'll see what the plan becomes. A couple of probes go down as the Lings harass on the other side. Going to find 2 probes. Now finding this Adept, should have really just had another probe already. These Adepts going to take some damage as well, so we'll not be able to do too much just yet. Twilight Council about to finish. Immortal coming up. Has settled in here for a couple of moments. Things running in. A bunch of probes going down. And the drop a load coming about, a couple of Ravages are on the way in. We will just be seeing the Lings continue to produce as well. Couple Ravages, Queens. That's going to be aggression time here from Rogue. He's going to get ready to try and kill. And set right now is the Ling Roach stepping up. Adepts and the Sentries coming over. Drop Lords can find a defense. Obviously, the Biles will help us to get through the force fields. Oh, you just drop them on the units that are surrounded. Battery's not ready. No battery, no love, because these Immortals are going to get shredded. He noticed this a little bit too late, apparently. G gets cold. Rogue is going to take it. And it's going to be a 2-0. A little bit less of an exciting ending on this one. For the moment. GG's. GG's. Alright, so Rogue gets the 2-0. Right, so I think we're going to go stay in the order that's on the Wikipedia, guys. So I think we'll just run with it. We'll just go Art versus ByuN, and just kind of continue through from there. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's just do that one to start us off. Cool. Perfect. Alright, so Rogue just goes 4-0, tops the group. First place for him, looking good. We'll do Art versus ByuN next. The order that the order Wikipedia has it in is Art ByuN, Art Lemon, Art Percival. We'll just stick to that order. I like it. I like it. Get this up and rolling. I think we're good, actually. Is that a Trust in Rust chair? I have no idea what a Trust in Rust chair is. Gonna be honest. So probably not, no. Let's jump into it. Let's dive on through. Talk-a-mac coming up. In the top right-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Terran player. It is going to be ByuN. As we have in the bottom left, our pink Protoss is Art. So a little bit of PvT, guys, in the WardiTV Summer Championship. 3 best-of-3s remain today. We work our way through and look to see what's happening and see what the players will still get up to here. Get this started. So, Nexus, Gate, etc. Everything looking fairly regular for the moment. Coming up, gate coming through. Just gonna have ourselves the barracks and the gas coming in on the side of ByuN. Gonna be double gas from him, so already seen a little bit of what is going on in the early stages. Depot will drop down. That's part of the wall off, and again the Nexus will just build into play for the moment. Again, Orbital and Reaper coming by. Just take a few moments to get settled in at the moment. So yeah, so far so good. I'm just yapping on. At the moment this, at the moment that, blah de blah de blah. As our factory will drop into position, got the Nexus going to come across and drop down onto the natural as well. So just going to put that straight into place. Cybercore Nexus both coming through. Our reactor coming up, so factory reactor coming online. It's going to be seen now. Warp Gate is going to work its way in. And kind of interested to see what kind of game we get, I suppose. I think Art actually does have a good shot of giving ByuN a game. I know a lot of people probably not expect that and not think of it in that kind of way, but I actually really think Art has been very good lately. He's been playing a little bit more recently, he's been telling me. He had a good run in the WardiTV European League. I actually think he's got a chance. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think he'll beat ByuN. I actually don't know if he'll take a map, but I don't think he's going to just get kind of like walloped 2 games back to back. I mean, he might. You know, it happens. You know, when someone is better than you, and if they choose to play aggressively, like, it can just happen. Their builds are designed to kill you, you know? They wouldn't do those builds if it didn't work. But, I don't know, I get a feeling we'll see at least one cool game between these guys, but I suppose we shall wait and see. As we just have the Stalker coming up, Warp Gate on the way, a Probe coming back down to the bottom, into the natural. And, yeah, we set up for a little bit longer. The Stalker and Sentry will come through. Reaper will take some shots. Grenade pops a couple of those units back a little bit. It's just going to take them away for the moment as we'll drop a gateway down to the low ground. Twilight Council is about halfway done currently, so getting that coming through about to complete even. And again, the Warp Gate building. Probes on the way. Hallucination of Art goes right across to the upper right-hand side of the map, so going to be into the main base there in the next little while. Marines do get the hallucinations, so that's a grab. And the starport to a tech lab will give us the Liberator initially. So it puts it on the tech lab, but doesn't use the tech lab. So maybe a little bit of a mind game based on what's being scouted. And then if you're kind of setting up to deal with a Banshee and a Liberator arrives, you might not be fully in position, right? You might, you know, be looking to deal with that in a different manner. You know, if you think it's one Banshee initially, you might not have Stalkers in place. You just have a battery. Well, the Liberator doesn't care about a battery. It will kill probes through the battery, right? So makes a lot of sense. This hallucination steps out onto the map. Go see Art in online tournaments. Yeah, he plays a lot. He can't play, like I say, he doesn't play through the day a lot, but so he plays in a lot of like the evening cups and so on, which means that we don't actually stream a lot of the time in time zones that are good for Art, but yeah, he plays in everything that he can, and he qualified into this tournament as well, so you know, he earned his way into this. He qualified. This was not an invite. Have that Liberator moving through the top side, and the hallucination trying to rescout here. Give us some extra information on the go as Marine Tank joins up together. This medevac will be heading back home to the upper right as well. Is this Russian Art or Polish Art? It is Polish Art. Russian Art has ART all in capitals. Polish Art has the front and the back capitalized. As long as they stick to that, we should be fine, huh? Stemming +1, continue to build. Where's that Liberator? Just sat stationary for the moment. It's not looking to make a move just yet, as a couple of additional gateways will be added on into play as well. So just getting a little bit of all that coming online here. You see these few Stalkers heading over to the right-hand side. And again, just get those upgrades going about. +1 armor, blink coming through for the moment. The Marine Tank heading down in toward the center of the map as well. So also just coming across with this right about now. Stalkers down to the south. The Marine Tank still going over. The medevac right there. Liberator already forced a probe pull. This is why the Liberator is nice. Comes in, forces a probe pull, comes back over, forces another probe pull. You know, it can just be so consistent in terms of dealing damage again and again and just keeping you kind of from mining. Actually, flies back here. Should have just sieged the natural. There was nothing there, so this would have been a probe pull. He's going to do that now, is maybe just expecting the Stalkers to go back the other way, still playing the denial on the hallucinations. Of course, blink is done. Charge is coming up. This Liberator does go down now, so that will be the end of that aggression. That's why it's always fun to watch a Clem Liberator. Clem's Liberators last 3 times longer than they're meant to, I feel like. Let's have our medevacs pulling back over. ByuN joining. Widow Mine's in there as well. Temple Archives will be done soon enough. And again, we get the charge and the armor upgrade still building. We step down onto the map. Hallucination going down. Some additional Stalkers about to arrive. I mean, ByuN will see those, so if he wanted to kind of jump on them, he could have done maybe. Of course, they have a blink away, so you don't really want to waste a stim. You want to stim when you either need to push the Stalkers back, or when you know that they've already blinked and you actually have a chance to catch them. That maybe wasn't one of those times, especially like in the moment, as you can see a little Art counterattack already. Percival showing up. It's a pretty good defense with the bunker there, so that doesn't do too much. The Stalkers end up back at home. as we actually activate the recall to bring them back. However, this Nexus is already in a little bit of trouble. Storm is a long way from being finished. Art is missing the tech, which would probably really do him a favor in surviving here. Wouldn't mind does go off on those Zealots eventually. Immortal finally gets to hit the siege tanks. One tank down, second tank will fall quickly, but man, we've got so much bio, and they've just been shredding the entire time. The ByuN's able to do a whole bunch here so far, and will, like I say, put a lot of work in towards clearing this out and cleaning this up. Definitely dropping down a little bit in supply right there. Storm maybe will be done for the next one, though. Storm finishing up for the next kind of set of trades would be pretty amazing. Be very nice. So we've got an army then collecting in the center, pushing through to the bottom left. I'm going to try and jump in. First Storm is quite nice. A little bit of bio there. The Wooden Mine's firing. Try and get a little bit more done as our Stalkers will take a shot. First Wooden Mine shot hits a Stalker right off the bat. It's actually nice as well. Killing a Stalker is always going to feel good with the Mine, because those units are meant to be able to survive. Meant to be able to get themselves out of there. Additional Ghosts producing Marine Viking on the way. Army just collects back to the center here. The Zealots want to charge on up, but the Bio Army will say, nuh-uh. Not going to let that happen. Well, at the top we actually have a group of Zealots that are going to make their way in toward the top side here as well. Just going to run through and actually jump onto that bunker, try and threaten this as the Ghost does get inside. It's a good protection for the Ghost, to be fair. I mean, the most important thing is you don't want these Ghosts to die, right? So getting them in the bunker for safety is 100% going to be a beneficial play for you, as the bunker does allow those Ghosts to succeed. So good time for the Ghosties here. The Zealot Stalker now back up the right-hand side of the map is trying to very much so stay in this game and stay committed. Well, Viking shut down the Prism. That's a great kill for ByuN. It really does so much to slow your opponent down if that Prism's gone. Because now you don't have to worry about the Prism. You can move on the map much more comfortably. So that alone is kind of a huge deal. Rest of this army to the south. A few of those High Templar all gathering up. Zealot will fall. Templar splits up for a moment or two. Again, the +2 attack. The thermal lance all coming in. The army back into the center. That Stalker having to back it up immediately there. Just going to fight straight through. The couple of Zealots will continue. Zealots continue to take damage. Going to be seeing some shots coming about. Another Storm coming down, and we will see a couple of those Storms coming through the Nexus. Going to take shots once again. Stalker, High Templar, Immortal Colossus still pushing. Storms will continue to fire. Is it good enough from ByuN? He might just be able to push through this right now to get to the win. There's not enough tech left, because there's not enough protection for the tech, so you know it's going to die. GG's. ByuN takes game number 1 of this BO3. So ByuN gets the opening game here over Art. The map 2 coming up in a second. For map 2, we're going to be heading over to Pylon. So get this hosted and ready to rumble. Sorry, I missed this question, but how uncommon are PvP games in the pro scene? PvP is very common right now because everyone is Protoss. We have more Protoss players than anyone else, so we have a lot of PvP. A lot of PvP. Everyone join the lobby, guys. We'll be 15-20 seconds until we hit the game, pretty much. We should be good to go, go, go. There it is. Countdown. And game 2 of ByuN versus Art. So if ByuN wins this, he guarantees himself second place in the group. That is a good seeding advantage heading into the round of 16, obviously. Obviously, Rogue gets the best seed possible outside of the invited players. And then Percival and Art are still really the players that are challenging for that third place position. Obviously, if Art loses to ByuN here, then he really is still in the running to take out. Like, all he has to do is beat Percival and Lemon, which is absolutely doable. So Could be a battle for the final spot in the group up for grabs, and even it could even come down to map score a little bit as well. Could be impactful too. So we'll see what happens as we get there. But for now, let's continue this video 3 and just focus up on these games. As the next couple of results come in, we'll have a bit of a better idea of exactly how things are shaping up and what has to happen where for certain players to advance or not. But the TLDR is looking like Rogue first, ByuN second, and then a mashup of Percival or Art for that third place. Can't talk to me. Third place position. Cracks in the gas coming up. We just have ourselves the gateway probe continuing through. A couple of workers jump into the refinery. Probe gets nibbled at by the SCV. Cybercore gonna drop into the back of the main base, so we'll be heading on in right there. The SCV still chasing after our probe for a few moments, and that probe is eventually going to recall on out. Cybercore is about to finish up. Our Nexus still building on in. Reaper in the factory coming through currently as the Reaper heads down to the bottom right side from ByuN. So just going to head straight across for the next couple of moments. And you see that Reaper pulling back. The Hellion coming through, command center building. Just going to be seeing the Nexus about to finish as the two Reapers collect in the center. Okay, and the Stalker's still building on the way up right now. Just going to see a couple probes coming through. The Twilight Council is on the way in as well. There is the Reaper Hellion join up out in the center, now heading down toward the bottom side before a little bit of a push through. Well, Stalker starting to fire. Hellion already taking some damage. A couple of Reapers will take some shots as well as it hops up into the main base. Probe's going down right off the bat, so again, damage being dealt. Going to be seeing the SCV, sorry, the Reaper going down. Just looked like an SCV falling off the edge. My brain auto-moded. Yeah, Reaper's just coming through. Work being done for sure as the blink continues up. Cyclone, Medevac, a couple of Marines also continuing to play for now as the Stalkers will head to the upper left-hand side. Art on a bit of a counter-attack here. After clearing up that little bit of aggression, wondering if he can get something done. He's not close to blink or anything, just wants to step on the map. Stalkers are mobile units, and if he doesn't think there's anything else coming across the map in terms of a drop or anything, you can absolutely get away with walking across here. The Cyclone is one of the bigger issues, and actually, that was a sick pickup, Percival, from ByuN. I was going to say, the issue is that obviously the Stalkers, if one of them is pulled back, you can't one-shot the Marine, and then the Marine instantly got lifted and showed us exactly why that's a problem as well. Two of these Stalkers are super low. I mean, we are going to try and push the issue here as odd, but I don't know if I love it as ByuN saves the Cyclone as well. He's got the boost, so he's going to get in. Oh, he doesn't let the Cyclone fire. It's a mistake from ByuN. He should have had one more Stalker at the least. But very good defense nonetheless. I mean, this is a... yeah, 3 Stalkers go down, and 2 Marines were lost because the Reapers and Hellions were given up on the other side of the map. So that is kind of huge. Okay, guys, I type big L sometimes because I hit Enter instead of Shift. I'm trying to press Shift L to bring up the unit's loss tabs. So sometimes I fat finger the Enter first, and I type a Shift L. I keep thinking, what happens if I type Enter, Shift L, Enter, and it looks like I'm just giving them big fat loss, a big fat L to the people in the to the players. It's become one of my fears the last few days when I've started. I don't know why I've started fat fingering this as well. So, yeah. I suddenly have this fear that I'm going to press Enter and send a big L in the chat. Yeah, it was definitely a bit of an L for Art either way. Stalkers gather up. Stalker at the front is going to pull back for a few moments. Cyclone actually going to get the lock on, and that Stalker is going to get chased to death. But not to death. Actually has a good blink and gets enough distance between him and the Cyclone to keep that one Stalker alive. So that is maintained. The Cyclone of ByuN still heads to the bottom side of the map currently. Stimpak and +1 on the way through. The Templar Archives building, charge, gateways. A little bit of everything continues to come into play right now as we just have the third Nexus also starting up and getting into place. Marauder coming online, Stimpak Combat Shield and +1 coming online. And there is the Storm Corona boosting from the Templar Archives. The Stalkers step up, some damage done. And we've seen the Cyclone continue to step through, and a couple of High Templar will be warped in there. So you see those as the Cyclone. Cyclone just wants a probe, but it gets healed by the battery. And then the Raven shows up, it will get just one kill. And then we'll sit in the back. Actually has 3 kills total, but just 1 right there, so... The Raven's actually been pretty successful this game, huh? It's been busy. Raven has been keeping itself going, it seems. Let's have the couple High Templar finishing up. The medevac of Marines up to the top side. And the Bio going to start stepping through. There are the couple of tanks that get sieged up at the front as well. Prism, Storm, both on the way in. We scan. We get rid of the Observer. So a lot more units wolfing in as the Art is competitive in this game number 2 right now. Actually gets a feedback from the Raven, keeps it from auto turreting anytime soon, so I don't hate it. Slowly you will chip away at the Raven HP if you keep feedbacking it as well, right? So like I said, I do not hate that approach. Don't hate taking those opportunities. A little bit of the Bio Rooks around the left side. Marine drop into the main base is going to come through as well, though. It's going to be seeing the Temple Archives in a little bit of trouble. A couple more warp-ins coming through. Temple Archives will drop. The Zealot will fall. The Stalker's in trouble now. As this drop actually doing a lot of work, and these Zealots on the other side are not going to have a great moment either. See the few Marines acting back straight into the mineral lines, so going after some probes here. Having the rest of the army on the left side is still set to try and maybe, possibly, get something done sooner rather than later. So, army setting up, poised for the moment. The Marine looking to come forward as well. Move back down around the bottom. See the Prism. Gonna get shot at for a few moments. The Marines there are gonna go after some of the Zealots. You see the Bio continuing through. Gonna grab a couple of those. And just gonna be having on the bottom side the rest of this army collecting together still. It's gonna be another round of Zealots warping in, so we bring some more of those up for the moment. Art obviously wants to keep on having those opportunities to harass across the map available, so get them warped in, get them start walking across the maps. They are ready and in position. There is the orbital command that will move on down to the third base position, I should say, sorry. Orbital onto the third. A few SCVs transfer across to join up with that as well. Still got the 1-1 upgrade, still got the extended thermal lance. Building through for the moment. The War Prism with the 2 High Templar inside. Going to go right out to the left-hand side as well. And 1-1, Thermal Lance. A little bit of everything coming through. Add a couple Colossus on. Vikings and upgrades continue to sit into play. There is the Prism. 2 High Templar. 1, 2. Storm. A few SCVs going down already. Prism pulls back out to the left side. There is going to be an army of Art starting to step a little further forward right now, so trying to get out to the front. upgrades will be finished from him. So he's going to have 1-1, but he's going to be trailing on the 1-1. Right, the 2-2 is obviously much further along here from ByuN, so he's working on those upgrades, but it's not going to be his advantage necessarily at every single point of the game. There are going to be moments where ByuN maybe has that better army unit. I really can't talk anymore. I've lost my ability to talk in this series, I swear. I keep tumbling over my words, somersaulting around. But yeah, the upgrades will be in ByuN's favor at certain points. Not right now, but again in about 30-40 seconds or so. Continue from there again as a scan comes through. Just going to keep an eye on any observer out here, out the front. Looking to just poke about and see if there's anything going on. The rest of the bio army collects together again. You have the ship weapons coming online. They push in from Arch. Feels like you can take this fight. There's a lot of EMPs available. We've got the Prism still looking to kind of drop a couple of the High Templar off, but doesn't find the moment. Nod has to back away. Not bad supply for him, though. He's backing away in an okay position. Unfortunately, loses the Colossus. Retreating is a little bit difficult. Maybe needed to storm a little bit sooner, but he is looking to play the denial on the 4th base. Loses the Archon, trying to morph Templar in, as we just have in the end. I mean, another step forward here. The Vikings going down as a new Colossus shows up. Actually, maybe keeps this Terran army in danger. Colossus pulls back a little bit. The Viking comes through. Art. If he had a warp in, he's warping in so far away. He's warping off the Zealots. He's not going to use the Prism. So, unfortunately, not going to be set there. No High Templar here anymore, so no Storms. We got rid of a lot of the Vikings, and there's 2 Colossus now, which should actually keep us in pretty good stead to kind of keep on pushing. So one of those moments, though, with 2-2 done from ByuN, each trade is going to be a little bit more favorable to the Terran than maybe it should be. And it's definitely one of those moments where I actually think ByuN needed that as well, because he would have had trouble getting through some of these Zealots if it weren't for that upgrade advantage. The Colossus, one of them super low. Surely the Vikings just commit through, and they do get it. The other Colossus at least will hang around for a bit. Does need a tank shot, though, and tank's target firing it. Will get it very low, and now the Vikings will step forward, and I think this attack from Art was a little bit less justified and a little bit less well executed as well. In the previous fights, I felt like his micro was pretty good. This one wasn't quite there. It's a nice storm from the south side, but it will not be enough overall. I mean, he gets a few Marauders, but he still loses the High Templar, morphing into an Archon, which is obviously extremely expensive overall. For a few Marauders killed, probably not worth it. Now, during this, you did get rid of the 4th base. That's the thing. I actually think Art just did enough already. Like, I feel like he got rid of the 4th, now is already extremely good for him. I really feel like from there, he could have just backed it up and maybe taken a different approach. 3 upgrades coming through. Ghost Marauder Viking coming up. Medivacs as well. Army pulling back down into the center. Some army going around the left. Plus 3 armor will build as the couple of Zealots and the Stalkers get rid of the center tower. And now blink up. A couple of SCVs taking damage. Marines and Ghosts will come across. Three still building through again. A couple of Vikings coming about. Marine Marauder will continue about. Just having the cannon and the battery coming up once again. Art's going to get up to 180 supply with ByuN, so supply is pretty even. ByuN reestablishing the 4th. Big for him, of course. Like I say, imagine Art just didn't commit in again there when I just don't think he needed to. I feel like the work had already been done. Obviously, he felt differently because he did commit, but I really feel like if he didn't attack then, he would have just been maxed out a little bit sooner to fight again right now. 4 Colossus, 1 High Temp with double Storm available. Fights before the Planetary is morphed in. That's a big deal. The Vikings come in from the other side, though. In fact, ByuN comes in from the other side. The Colossus is still moving forward. The Colossus are going to disappear. There's no Zealot to protect from the other portion of the army. And so Art's forces are going to get hurt hard. He's going to lose all the tech units, and there's a lot of bio left over. And with the Prism down, there's not enough Zealot reinforcements either. Everything falls from Art, and this attack is a disaster. Another Colossus wanders into a sacrifice, and that is going to be GG, I think, because that is too many units from ByuN left over. And Art actually just typed it out right there as well. That's quite good timing for me, but not good time for Art, because he would have rather not been typing GG, and instead been still been in this game. That attack in the end was not it at the end. It was a good fight from ByuN. He pulled Art in. He's like, go on, fight me. Bam! Whacks him from the side. The hit that Art did not see coming, and it really did create that fight, or make that fight into a very difficult one for Art to recover from. Zard goes to 0-1, 0-2. Sorry, 0-2, 0-4. He has to play against Percival, he has to play against Lemon. He kind of needs to... I imagine he at least needs to... He preferably beat Lemon, but at least taking a map against Lemon would help. But either way, he has to beat Percival, because if he loses to Percival, Percival advances no matter what. So, Art has to... I think, though, the problem is if he loses to Lemon 0-2, he still has to beat... He would never then get past Percival on map score. So I think he has to take at least a map off of Lemon, and then he has a chance to overtake Percival, I think. Yeah, we'll see how the Art Lemon series goes, because that's the next one we're going to be doing. We're going to go into that in just a second, guys. We'll get this hosted up, and then we're going to take a quick moment to BRB. So yeah, I'll get this hosted up. I'll BRB a couple moments, guys. I'll be right back. See you guys in just a few. Welcome back as we head into our penultimate series of Group B in the WardiTV Summer Championship round of 24. Again, thank you so much for joining us today if you're enjoying the games. And we are happy to have you. Hi, Ellie. Do you want to say hi to the stream? Come on, then. Hi, baby. Hey, want to jump up? Come on, jump up. Come and say hi. Up we get. Up we get. Come on. There we go. Pull my leg off. Say hi to everyone. Okay. Have a look and see what's up. Yeah, very exciting, isn't it, up here? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, great. I'll put you back down. Great job. Just like, I'm not doing that again. I'm getting out of here. Ellie always looks sad. Yeah, because she doesn't like me streaming. She doesn't like me streaming and she doesn't like the camera. I assume because I talk differently and I don't... I guess I just talk differently to how I usually like talk to her or something. She always like looks as though like she doesn't understand what's going on, you know? She's always concerned that something's up and that she's messed up. I don't know. But like she's like... I literally just walked out the room and I was like, why is she in such a good mood to Helen? Because she was like laughing, playing, jumping about. And she walks in here, the moment she walks in here, she puts on this face, which is just like, what a miserable life. She has no idea who I'm talking to? Well, yeah, there's kind of that. I mean, I sit here and do this every day, though, you know? Like, you'd think at some point she'd just be like, yeah, that's what Dad does, you know? Children's always sigh like they have to pay rent. Yeah, that's her. She's very characteristic. She's got a real attitude sometimes. The casting room's the angry room. Yeah. She does smile, I promise, guys. She does smile. Right, we got a bit of PvP lined up for us here in the, like I say, second to last series of the day. I do think it's important for Art to take a map here, because I'm pretty sure if he doesn't take a map, it's pretty much impossible for him to then get ahead of, Percival. And this match is important too, because for Lemon, who's already eliminated, it's still important for Lemon, because if Lemon can win, that could be the difference between 4th and 5th place, and 4th and 5th place difference can be the difference of money. Money is different between 4th and 5th, so you double up from $25 entry reward to $50 for 4th place in this group. So there is a little bonus there for sure, as the probe begins to move out onto the map, and then turns around and puts the Nexus down. This probe was moving out onto the map though, going back home. I could try associating streamer with positive things. I don't know what my streamer voice, like... Yeah, I mean, she always gets food when she comes in here. That's why she comes in here in the first place. Yeah, I don't know. I think she's just upset that I've just, like, sat down in this chair, and I would rather do that than play with her, you know? She's just like, she just comes and looks at me, and she's like, do you see how sad you make me? Do you not understand how disappointing this is? It's rough. If I stream for more than 5 hours as well, like, there's a certain amount of time where I can stream and she doesn't really bother me. If I stream for, like, more than 5 hours, she usually comes in and she's like, hello? You have been there for way too long. And she, like, nudges my arm and, like, tries to get me to, like, she makes me stroke her. And she's like, look, see how much fun we could be having? Stop. You've done this enough today. It's always, like, around the 5-6 hour mark of streaming. She always, She always kind of has this little, like, you know, reminder that I should come in, you know, reminder that she exists, I guess. Oracle flies in from up, but will not do too much right off the bat. Couple Stalkers will ping at that Oracle, and it will take some damage, getting pushed up the left-hand side. Robotics facility halfway done. Stalker Sentry producing from Art. And, it's an expansion versus an expansion. Obviously, you are going to be playing this later Blinkers Art because you are going to be having the Oracles, but hey, you've got the Oracles, which I always think is nice. I always think it's great to have 2 Oracles on the map. That's a massive hallucinations from Lemon, though, who just shoves across the other side. Obviously, the problem right now is kind of picking the real Stalkers. We do target one correctly, the next one is incorrect, though. The probes actually help to get rid of another real one, and in the end, we're just going to back away. Lemon just has to fall back. He gets 4 probe kills, which is not bad. All those probes did pull in off the line as well. Going to give Lemon a slight worker lead, but the Oracles dive through. They're going to go for 4 workers into the main base for 5, 6. How many do you want to go for? 8. Good control, great control. But yeah, he maybe missed-targeted a couple of times, but he's also eager to make sure this Oracle gets out alive because it was low HP. Didn't want to put it in an overly risky place, so he's a little hesitant, missed up a bit of a control, but still 8 workers going to re-equalize the worker count and even give Art a little bit of an edge. Model building up is going to be done very soon. We see the blink about to finish from the Twilight Council. Stalker coming online in the Nexus building. We do have an Oracle at the bottom side as well, ready to make a bit of a dive into the natural in a moment or two here. It's just going to be seeing that Oracle diving in. A couple of probes taking damage. Stalkers will get underneath and just push that Oracle away for the kill. So Stalkers get that. Another gateway coming down as the Nexus from Lemon continues to produce in the 3rd location. Checks the gates at the Robo facility. Forge as well. Hallucination at the front that takes the first pop, so that's a fake Immortal barrier popped. Don't think Lemon has too much interest in getting more aggressive right now. You see the Immortals and you're already kind of thinking to yourself, yeah, this is not really going anywhere. So instead, just going to start up the charge and the +1. Get that underway as a follow-up. And as we head into charge and +1, what we can do is we can obviously start getting those charge pods, and they will be the answers to the Immortals. So if that Immortal count continues to grow from Art, which it likely will, then you get charged up and you basically play that. Helps to negate the Immortals. The Immortals are still a good unit to have in your army, but Immortals that end up shooting on Zealots a little bit are going to be way less effective than Immortals like just the only target in the world is going to be the Stalkers, right? And an Immortal coming up, the charge on the way through, the +1 attack upgrade going about. I love that stasis ward, but doesn't quite catch the Stalkers there. Would have been nice if it did, could have maybe given you an opportunity. Lemon loses 3 more probes out on the other side. Again, +1 charge going through, the Temple Archive still building, add some additional gates in as well. Temple Archives from Art will continue to build into the main. Our few units gather up on the 3rd base. Oracle has right up the top left-hand side. Now we have 2 Adepts. They're going to come shading down. One probe ventures out over to the right side. I think the Temple Archive's about to finish. The additional gateway's coming up. Prism charge +1. Again, a bit of everything just coming through for the moment as our units gather together. Hallucination pops and begins to move out. The other hallucination moving around as well. Oracle still gathers in. We're just going to be seeing the other units join together. Still the Stasis Ward building. Few more Zealots on the way through. +2 attack is online. We just have ourselves the hallucination going to poke at the Prism for a couple of moments. We get toward the middle of the map. As you can see, these units can actually clash right here. Archons are going to do a lot of work. Having that splash damage available really should do a lot for you. As the Immortals continue to whack away and the Stalkers take some damage. Says catches a few units, man. Art just gets completely outmatched. His Immortals just didn't feel like they had anything good to hit the entire time. And obviously, Lemon's got Archons swinging at you. That splash damage really felt like it added up a little bit there. So Lemon gets the opening game versus Art, with a game 2 coming up, which is going to be on ley lines. Well, like I say, it's a little bit do or die, I feel like, for Art, because again, if he loses this 0-2, then he'd be 0-6. And the worst that Percival could, and the best he could end up is 2-6, and Percival would be 3-6, so Percival always advances. So, if Lemon wins this map, Art is eliminated, unfortunately for him. And then we still have Art Percival. That could still be important for like a map score. It's not like a 4th, 5th place for Art. Obviously, at the time that this was played, the players didn't know that. So that's the benefit of kind of playing the format like this as well. Like, there's never really a match you play where you know you're out or you know you're safe or whatever. So like every match really does count for everything. So yeah. Not really. That scenario doesn't really exist too much. As we get ready to count into ley lines. In the bottom left, we are going to have ourselves the pink Protoss. Down 1 game, it's Art. Can he bring it back? In PvP against Lemon, he obviously did not have the day he wanted. I think back to that Lemon versus opening series of the day, opening series of the tournament for Lemon, and him versus Percival. Man, what a banger! If you guys didn't see Lemon Percival game 1 on ley lines, do yourself a favor, go watch that game at some point today, because Lemon Percival game 1 on ley lines was 100% the game of the day, probably the game of the tournament so far, easily. Honestly, game of like the last few weeks that I've casted outside of EWC, like it was absolutely incredible. Fantastic game of TVP, and yeah, it was such a treat to watch. And I feel like Lemon, that first game was, you know, a crazy good game. It just seemed to go a little downhill from there. Couldn't quite get into that kind of mode again since that point. Yeah. See what happens here as we get into game 2 of Lemon and Art. Be seeing the second gate from both players gives us a little bit of an idea of how this looks. Obviously, some players are still going for one gate expands. It's not the most common way of playing, but it is worth mentioning. Because, like I say, it still exists. Side of court finishes up. Warp gate on the way. The sentry coming out for the moment. Sentry and Stalker still building through the probe. Heading down onto the natural, going to go onto the Nexus. And Nexus just on both sides of the map. The sentry is building, going to hallucinate up a Phoenix. Send that out to the far right hand side. Just going to get that into position right away. The Robo facility is obviously starting now, so we're going to start seeing those techs are going to play the Robo while Lemon plays the Twilight. So, Art over 2 games, obviously just not liking the straight to Twilight build because he played Stargate last game as well. So, always kind of taking a diversion early instead of just going directly into Blink, which is exactly what Lemon will do with that Twilight Council already well underway on the production tab. Hallucination fades, Robo to be done shortly. Nexus coming up, Sentry Stalker building. Couple more sentries just gathering in right there. ByuN's going to gather at the front as well. Probes going to get to mining for a moment. Hallucination does run right up to the natural. Obviously just sees the unit count if nothing else, but actually gets into the main, so nice for Art. We'll get to confirm the Twilight Council so he knows exactly what is up, and now Lemon's Hallucination looks to play his role in the same scenario, just on the other side of the map. Heads directly into the main base. What can we do? We are going to spot everything. It doesn't even begin to get denied, so... Twilight Council's not far behind from Art. It's going to finish now. Starts an Immortal, though, off the Robo. I say it's not far behind. Blink's already halfway done from Lemon, so yes, it is far behind. There's the Blink starting as well, so we got that Blink underway. In the back of the main base, that was seen as well, right? Yeah, so Lemon saw the Twilight Council in the back, so he knows everything that is down from Art, roughly the timings of what's going on as well. Oh, apparently this Prism tried to get in, but took a little bit of a beating already, so that's going to be a pushback. As now we actually catch a couple of the devs, we do evacuate them. That was looking scary because obviously you had to bring the Prism back forward into reach of units as it was already low. It's not exactly ideal as the couple of devs will shade back again. A couple of sentries and the Stalkers still moving through for the moment. And we'll continue to push this all the way back. So that does get chased all the way out for now. Blink halfway done. Robo facility still coming up. The Nexus on the way. You have the Stalkers joined together here. Drop a pylon down to the side. Prism still gathering together. And going to join up with all of those other units as Art steps. It's a little bit out into the center. Knocks a Hallucination down as we go. I guess from Lemon gets around the back and obviously has the Blink, so immediately going to start jumping on things. It's going to be an Immortal here we can grab as well. Obviously it's not cheap for Lemon, going to start losing some units, but into the main base, going to start going after pylons, depower gateways, try and stop warpins and disrupt the production for your opponent. Eventually we're going to realize that it's just time to get the heck out. Blink already being used on the other side. Wasn't really too effective overall. We lost a couple Stalkers, we killed an Immortal and a Pylon. It did bring Art back with the rest of the army, just in case he was thinking of moving. There is a world where maybe you get aggressive as Art with all of those Immortals, and if you can just be on the other side of the map and force a fight against Stalkers before the charge is done so, then that's very effective. In the end here, Art just going to expand, but that's an expansion that starts after Lemons is finished, so Lemon already taking a pretty good bit of control here in this game 2 of the best of 3. Rest of the Stalker and Mortal Force coming back around the right side and readying a potential push between the natural and the main. So Art's going to send it into his opponent. Charge is moments away, but not done yet, so I'd say there's some opportunity. The 2 Immortals out defensively, though, are going to be huge. Oh, Lemon just has so much. And now he does have charge, so does not feel great. Realistically, at this point, Lemon just needs to get past these force fields. He could blink on top of the Prism, and that kind of ends things here. Third Immortal shows up. Is that going to be a saving grace for Art? He steps around. Stalkers blink over. The units are going to try and retreat, but obviously the Immortals cannot quite retreat on their own as quickly. Will need the help of the Prism to aid them in that endeavor. Stalkers shooting, Immortal taking damage. Zalt will charge up. You'll see the Stalkers continue to go after this. Gets the Prism. And now you catch the rest of this army, especially with the charge lots. That's going to be good, and Lemon will take the 2-0. So Lemon gets a 2-0 after we have not seen him for a few hours. He will get the 2-0 against Art in the best of 3 PvP. And I think that seals the deal for Art as well, who will be 0-3, 0-6. Like I say, if he beats Percival, even if he beats Percival 2-0, he'd be the same map score as Lemon. He'd lose head-to-head. So I actually think the final match of Art Percival is completely... I actually think it's completely irrelevant to how this group ends. I'm pretty sure every time it's just first... Yeah, I think it's completely set already. Like I say, at the time that this was played, that was not necessarily the case. But here and now, obviously, looking at the way the order that we've done, it has turned out like that, unfortunately. So, a little unfortunate for us, but we still have the PVT to cast, so we will get to it. And we'll just give it half a minute for some ads, and then we'll go on. So it's going to be no Protoss advancing out of Group B after 2 Protoss topped Group A. So far, Hero, Nightmare, Cure, Rogue, ByuN, and Percival advanced through into the round of 16. That's 6 Koreans advancing so far out of a possible 6. Obviously, Gumiho eliminated, but in a group with 4 Koreans. One's always going to get eliminated. And then tomorrow we've got a great group, by the way. Let's just bring this up while we've got some ads on and just tell you guys what to tune in for tomorrow. Because Group C, I actually think this Group C is super fun. Creator, Bunny, Shin, Ryung, and Shameless. It's a very entertaining group in my eyes. We're going to start off with a bunch of Shameless games. Creator, Shameless versus Shin. I'm really excited to see what Shameless does. And then we're going to move into Shin, Ryung, Shin, Creator, Shin, Bunny. And we've got all the Bunny games as well afterwards, and we wrap it up with some Shameless Ryung and Creative Ryung. It's going to be a fun day, and excited to see if we get another Zerg into the round of 16. And then obviously that's the last day we have in a row, because Sunday's games is going to be Group D. I'm still working on the final player for that. So yeah, the Group C tomorrow going to be awesome. With that little bit of time spent, let's just get into our game, guys. Let's send it into ley lines. Do this. In the top right hand side, we're gonna have ourselves our Blue Terran player Percival. God, he played such a great game on this map earlier. Kind of excited to see what this TVP has in store for us here as he takes on Art. Last series of the day, guys. Hopefully you're still with us, still enjoying. There's a little bit of a simmering end to this group, but still very fun. Looking forward to Group C tomorrow as well, like I say. Should be a ton of fun. Alright, so we head into game number 1. We got a probe moving about, a couple of SCVs moving through. Just gonna have the probe getting out from the main base, backing away for the moment. As the factory and the orbital command continue up for the moment, Cybercore and the Nexus coming on in. We get set up, we get ready to roll. I'll look to see what's going on. Trying to keep it with chat today, but you guys have been super chatty. Everyone's been chatting. YouTube chat was popping off earlier. Twitch chat's busy. You guys are having all sorts of convos. Crazy stuff. Gripping the Hellion coming up, stalking the warp gate, building in. As we do have the couple of probes going to move down to low ground. The command center building on the natural as the Reaper heads into the main base. Stalker shoots, Reaper gets chased out, and that will be pushed back for the moment as the tech lab builds on the factory. Reactor builds on the barracks, and the starport is coming online as well. Currently about halfway done already, as the 2 Reapers and a Hellion will continue to sit out the front and poke at the natural here. For the next couple of moments, just going to try and poke in here for a moment or two. Yeah, you can obviously force field the ramp, and these units don't stick around. They were expecting the force field, and they realize they can't do much with the battery there, although they can jump in the main base. There's a battery here too, though, so... The battery is just good defensive play from Art. It's... Excuse me, sorry. It's very safe, obviously, but safety is going to just net him absolutely no damage taken in this case, so safety is a win. You take that every day of the week. As a couple of Reapers continue to chase up to the top. Sorry guys, something caught in my throat. Apologies. As we just have 2 Reapers and the Hellion making their way down to the bottom here, so I'm going to set up and rolling. For now. Actually, introducing the medevac as well, we'll have a bit more opportunity to get in. So in we go. Widow mines unload. Pros need to be careful. They'll stacked up initially. Now they pulled back into each other. We save both mines. Ooh, do we? Save no mines. The medevac goes down. Got greedy picking up Widow mine number 2. That was the one that had more HP on it, so I get it. You kind of want to save that one, but that's why the medevac goes down, because you stuck around that teeny bit longer. Not quite good enough. Your Stalkers will step across and just going to be seeing the Reaper taken out as well. 4 probes died in total, to be fair, so it's not like this was completely useless from Percival. Just could have been maybe a little better as well. Just going to have ourselves a blink finishing. May give you some chance to move out onto the map as Art secures a 3rd. Art did get himself in a good position in that game 2 against ByuN, so I do kind of look at this and think that, you know, we are with a pretty good chance of seen a pretty competitive series here. Percival has played very well today as well, though, to be fair. Percival is absolutely... he's been my star of the day. He might only finish this group in 3rd place, but A, he's made it out of the group, and B, just the fact that, again, the games were great from him. Like, super entertaining StarCraft. Really, really enjoyable. It's been a pleasure to watch. Really has been awesome. Honestly, like, he put up a great fight against ByuN. That could have been a win, and then, you know, against Rogue, he put up a great fight too. Like, Rogue out-muscled him in the end. I love the word out-muscled the last few days, don't I? I've used it every day. But he really did. This was like a... He kind of out-muscled him in a game that was very much so back and forth of Mutilating Bane versus the Bio, and he just about shoved Percival over one too many times. But, like, Percival standing in those games for so long in himself is a feat. 5 additional gates in production, Immortal, Armor Upgrade Charge, all continuing online. Two Stalkers out in the center, just going to be seeing the medevacs building, 2 more barracks coming up as well. He gets settled for now. Mortal armor upgrade and the charge upgrade continuing through. As again, Stimpack combat shield and +1 building up. Medivacs, tank, and marines on the way as our stalkers will step forward. Observer just nearby, the Raven nearby. We will get rid of the Observer if nothing else. That Observer goes down. Still waiting on this Temple Archives to finish in a few moments. Just going to see a little scan from Percival into the main base on the other side of the map. Temple Archives not far from finishing. The Immortal halfway done. The armor upgrade about to complete. Art supply not bad at all, but Percival is ready to push, and he's got a bunch of tanks mixed in here as well. +1 attack upgrade finishing. Bio upgrades are fully done, so yeah, he is ready to go. Storm just on from Art. I'm not sure if that is going to be here in a reasonable time to truly help us defend in this situation. Push on forward, and we look for this attack. Can Percival truly, successfully just shove in, or can Art find a way? He can buy some time with force fields. To me, I feel like I'm looking for him to buy enough time to get the freaking, to finish up like Storm. I don't see, like, this army right now doesn't win it for me at all. Gonna knock down the rocks. That means he's gonna need even more force fields, which is kind of unrealistic. Can't keep force fields that much. Gonna pull the probes off this base. There is gonna be an attack on the other side. Zealot's gonna actually catch a siege tank, and just in general, an annoyance over there is going to come through as the Marines jump forward. The SCVs will come in as well. Like I say, Art's already kind of accepted he's given up this base, so he will accept that that's going down. A few of those SCVs are going to drop as well. SCVs going down already. Now we push through. Marines going to come across. A couple of storms coming down. Storms all over the place. The tanks continue to get caught. I mean, honestly, you're going to start getting rid of this siege tank. It's going to get kind of close. Once the tanks are gone, it's just a few Marines. Oh, we're going to lose every single Stalker. There are a few Zealots that run in. The army, I just don't think the army supply is enough from Art. I actually think the Marine count here might just be good enough to keep going. High Templar regaining energy on the natural right now. Overcharge is on cooldown. And we will start a hit at the front here as Percival. Double army supply for the moment, but remember, he's reinforcing from across the map, and Zealots are going to be very tanky as well with an armor upgrade finished. Jumping forward, a couple of Liberators obviously would change the day if they had a good place to siege. I don't know if we have that just yet. If we get back onto the natural, then yes. Throw 2 Liberators down here, and we don't really have a good answer to them at all, although that first one got very close. It's a decent Storm on the Libs, going to help you to take them down quickly. Storm on the Marines as well. Marines in trouble. Stalker count looking good, and Art is looking to push Percival away. Wow, what a defense. Gives up the 3rd base. Understood he needed to buy time, bought himself the time, and puts himself in a position now where he's still in this game, and obviously 61 workers to 20 because Percival was so committed here. Like, this is absolutely a-okay. At this point, if Percival wants to get back in this, he has to start, reproducing SCVs, which means that Art would get the freedom to reproduce a 3rd base, and Art would just, take a lead from there. So, looking good. I don't think there's ever going to be the momentum needed here anymore from Percival. He's just not going to have enough units. We're slow warping Stalkers on the top of the map, trying to get them across here as well, but it looks like Art is going to get game 1 off of Percival. And now it's even more of a shame that perhaps this series is really not for anything at all. As those Stalkers just push up into that natural. Medivac takes a few more shots. Tank is going to return fire onto the Stalkers. More Marines going down. The tank is going to fire a little bit further. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers getting rid of the refinery as well. I mean, Art has this game. He's going to knock this one down, and he's going to take the opener off of Percival. I really am sad we did this in a different order now, because this actually had some hype behind it. This actually has some hype behind it on the group. If we cast this one earlier on, a little unlucky, isn't it? A little unlucky. That's all good, though. We'll head straight into a game 2, guys. So we're going to be going to Talk a Mac for our second game of this series. Dum-ba-da-dum-ba-da-dum-da-da-dum-dum. Alrighty. I'll throw the invites out. Get this ready to roll. Perfect. Let's go. Alright, game 2 on our last series of the day. Will it be the last map of the day? We'll all get a 2-0 to end it all. A little bit of triumph in the face of defeat otherwise, because like I say, you can't advance from this group anymore, but let's find out. As in the bottom left-hand side, the blue Terran player is Percival. Down a map. Can he bring it back? Taking on Art in the top right-hand corner. Game 2. Coming up right here. So we'll take a moment to see what the build orders will look like. Who wants to attack? Who wants to be aggressive? Does Percival want to pull the SCVs again? These SCV pulls, I feel like, are starting to work less and less. It really feels like the Protoss are figuring out a lot of these, figuring out the patience you need to get through correctly. Okay, wait, barracks both coming through. There's the probe scout, obviously, so take a couple of moments and cooling off on what has been a hectic day of games. Honestly, the first 2 groups have been great. Maybe this one has a little bit of an expected result at the end of it, but the games have been awesome. Group A yesterday was absolutely wild. Came down to singular maps. Super close group. SCV's chasing the probe. The Reaper is building the orbital on the way through. Cybercore Nexus, a similar whole building for now. And probe moving about would take a couple of moments. The probe just pulls all the way back through. Twilight Council will still. We have a Reaper there that's going to drop a grenade down. Just going to pop that Stalker, and then we'll take a chance to step back away from any danger at the front. So just going to move away there for a second. And nice to see Art taking a map. Always, even if you're not going to make out the group and, having a little bit of a fight in you, it's always nice to see. Always nice to kind of put a game when people are watching, I feel bad. Like, you're a really freaking good player. It's just you're playing against other really freaking good players. So, like, sometimes some guys are going to lose out on a day, right? So, when we have someone that can come through and fight and take some games and stuff, it's really nice. I always like to see it. Alright, pulls back. The blink is coming through. The warp gate will finish shortly as we just have the Stalker and the gateway continue to produce. And Hellion will come to line together. And for Hellions, obviously, let's see if we can find an entry point here. There is the medevac proxies on the map as well, so Percival looking to sneak in for some melee damage. This is actually pretty... Ooh. This probe is such a saving grace. This probe is going to give you the info that you did not have moments ago, and you get a little bit more heads up so the Stalkers can start moving in position. Drop a grenade and just try and run to the natural. Honestly, not a terrible idea. The warping came into the main, so Yeah, 7 workers, 8, 9, and now, ooh, do we have the HP on the medevac to go to the main base? We're going to try it. We are going to get there. Medevac lived, and the Hellions will unload. If nothing else, the probes are pulling away, and it's a lot of lost mine time, a lot of disruption to your build. 10 workers killed is successful anyway, and you add on to it all of this time being bored, and we're going to go to the natural one more time, and guess what? More probes are not going to be mining for a little bit. In fact, they're just going to stand there and take some hits. That isn't exactly great either. There's a couple more shots come through. And we'll just be seeing the blink coming up. Probe still building. Engineer and Bayonet Barracks coming up as a tank and a few Marines are building as well. This medevac of Percival will go around on the top side and figure out where it would like to end up. It's going to end up dead is the answer. It's going to end up dead. Not a bad start all though from Percival. He's on a worker lead. 37 to 36 workers is great for a Terran. Typically, the Protoss wants to be a few workers ahead at this point of time, as the bunker will be coming up. Just ensuring he's not in danger to a counterattack, which is one of the frequent ways that a Hellion drop goes wrong. You do some okay damage, and then the counterattack comes in, and it's just like, uh-oh, you know, trouble time. And you run into a big spot of bother right off the bat, so understandable. As the Stalkers will make their way across to the other side. We actually just scanned up for an observer in the main base, I believe, which is another great kill. There's 13 probes dead in the game, an observer and an adept. I'd say it's been a good start for Percival. He's getting all the bio upgrades here. He's on 3 racks. He's actually going to start 3rd CC, to be fair. I was going to say he's on 3 racks, no starport. It's aggression time, but he is going to start the 3rd base. Doesn't mean he can't move out with the 3 racks push, but he has the 3rd base, so he's looking to the future as well. Prism entering the main. Let's see if it can succeed. 4 Stalkers drop off. Readying some steps toward the SCVs here. 1 SCV, 2 SCVs going down immediately. Stalkers doing very well so far. Prism loads up. Maybe drop down toward the natural again. Marines are going to say no to that. We got kind of blocked in for a little bit. Oh, that's not good. In a game where things have already gone a little bit wrong for you, losing the Prism with 4 Stalkers trying to recall, it might just be a... that might just be time to say GG and say, let's have a look at Game 3, because, yeah, this bio off. What's moving out? He does have a starport, by the way. Oh, because of the starport is proc. I'm so dumb. I look in the main base, I'm like, oh, there's no starport. But obviously, the starport is on the map proxied, so he does have a starport, so he actually does have medevacs. My apologies, guys. That was a brain slip a few moments ago when I mentioned that. So, yes, obviously, starport alive just flows back home. This is rough, man. Honestly, you got a group of medevacs here. They're going to pull units around. Yeah, I mean, you can drop in the main... I mean, there's just not enough right now from all. You've lost units. You've lost economy. This one's going to kill the battery. Trying to go for the second. He's playing a very dangerous game because these medevacs are just kind of floating around the bases. And he's not found a chance to drop off just yet. The tanks are quite far back. He will be reinforcing this army. He's about to get a little bit larger as the tanks will unsiege. Press a bit further forward. A couple of Zealots will charge through. Stalkers in some trouble. The Colossus getting chased out of here. And we are going to be seeing our Zealots in some trouble as well. Stalkers still taking hits. Nexus in trouble. Also going to go down. I mean, you're basically super reliant on these 2 Colossus, but to be reliant on Colossus, you got to protect them. Oh, no, so that isn't a realistic option right now, and we're going to go to Game 3 to tie us up. Well, as we get tied up, Game 3 will allow us to break that tie and get one final map in and get a result in this series. All right, last game of the day, guys, coming straight through. We've got the ads already played, so we'll just go, go, go. Always love to see that. And let's get ready to kick this off. A couple more players joining in for us here. Let's take a moment or two. Bum ba da dum ba da dum ba da dum. All right, let's click watch, and let's go into one final game, guys. Let's do it. And thanks for joining us all day. It's been a bit of a grind, but we're getting there. I appreciate you all dropping by and hanging out with us as we have Game 3 in the top right-hand corner. We'll start off with the pink Protoss player, Art, taking on the blue Terran. It is Percival. We get to game 3 here, get this settled down. Get ready to roll. CC just setting up. Probe is going to be coming through from Art, heading down for the moment, getting set up at the moment here. And Probe just moves through. He's going to be seeing the barracks is about to finish. The Nexus is still building in as well, so we get a little bit more of that. Setting through for now. See if he chases the probe. So again, a little bit of damage being done, some work being set. Let's have a probe going back up towards the upper right-hand side for a moment. And next is about to finish up the Stalker and Warp Gate building. Command Center coming through. Just have that Nexus coming up on the 3rd base in a couple of moments, so... sorry, on the natural base. God, my brain's gone today. I'm at the end of the day, my brain's like, we're done, right? I'm like, no, there's one more game. Ay. 3rd base, 2.5 minutes. Don't think Protoss is that good, guys. There was a time where Parting used to do the, way back when, like this is super long ago, he did the super fast 3 base into, like 9 gate all in. It's just like super powered economy, massive eco, and then just pure gateway units. This was way before, like, that was actually, like, nowadays that's like, yo, isn't that just how you play Protoss? But, like, this was crazy back then. And back then, the timing of that 3rd base was so crazy compared to, like, the overall meta. You know? It was really wild. Starport coming up. The Orbital Command is coming through. We have ourselves a reactor building on the barracks. The hallucination flies overhead. Blink will be continuing in and finishing shortly, as that will be the tech choice from Art. And obviously no super kind of early aggression this time around from Percival. No Hellion drop coming in. Nothing overly concerning to worry about in that regard. So that is nice. That's a good positive for us right here. Well, if you're Art at least, because that part didn't exactly go well for you last time, did it? Not exactly. Well, just going to be seeing the grenade going down. Stalker going to get bopped a little bit. Robotics facility will continue through. We still see that gateway coming over. A few Stalkers head out onto the map. Starport drops down the tech lab. The Cyclone just going to sit in the corner with a few Stalkers pulling back as well. See those couple Stalkers hitting. Wouldn't Mind's actually going to drop in right now, so some damage done. Wouldn't Mind will pop. Probes will go down. But Sentry just kind of chasing the medevac away over to the side as well. Only 2 probes, so 2 probes. Medevac does not save any mines as well. I think as art, you're pretty okay with this. 1 mine per probe is pretty reasonable. It's even better if you get the medevac, but at least that medevac's not lingering around with the widow mines inside. That would be the real killer. Medevac does just head all the way back, and the next step from Percival, he's actually building a Banshee, but he's already on the 3 barracks with Stimpack started up as well, so you can already kind of see the firepower build he wants to go for, just high-value units. And the Banshees and the tanks that do a lot of damage, and then supported by all of those super cheap Marines. And they're going to have Stim, and like I said, that's going to give this a little bit of an interesting kind of shove to it. The Colossus on the way is going to be a major factor in defending this, because you're going to need that splash damage to deal with the Marines. If you can't deal with those Marines, this does become very tricksy very quickly. So, 100% something to watch out for here. As we see a few Stalkers still joining up on the right-hand side. More Marines pop out, a couple of Marauders come through, just have the, again, extended thermal lance, the charge, all building the army of Percival, already going across toward the top side of the map here, so looking to attack into the 12 o'clock position sooner rather than later. Takes a few shots, just releasing the batteries taking damage. We will have Stim Combat and +1 finishing soon. The next is going to get jumped on. I mean, that's just going to die, so never mind. I mean, we're not even on all the upgrades yet from Percival, and yet he already just pushes in and just kills the 3rd. No response at all from Art. Sort of sits there and lets it happen a little bit, which is a little disappointing, really. And really not ideal, to say the least. Because they're going to get down. That Marauder will go down. And you get the +1 attack upgrade. The Concussive Shells both still building through. The few Zealots and Stalkers stepping up. The bunker is going to be right there to turn this around, though. The Zealots will not do much of anything. That is going to be a defense made. At the same time, we're still pushing on the other side of the map. So Percival's still here, going to cancel this new attempt at the 3rd base. And Art is in a little bit of trouble. Colossus is taking a shelling from the siege tanks as well, which is obviously not great for you. Gateway at the front goes down. The Robo is going to be one of the next targets if we're not careful. In fact, did that Pylon depower it? No, there's a second one, but already get the second Pylon before the Colossus. And we've seen Colossus not get out by just a smidgen so many times today. If that Colossus steps forward, it's going to get target fired. Surely Percival actually not going to target fire the Colossus, which I think is a mistake, because that was, something he could have absolutely done. And that would have meant that these Marines can just step into the natural, nothing stops them. Tanks move further up. The next Colossus will pop in a moment. She's going to come out and fight with this spawning in. Tanks are going to fire through. Percival's supply still looking good as Art. I just don't know if he's got the DPS to get through the siege tanks, actually. Like, he's getting rid of some of the bio, but the siege tanks themselves are maybe a little bit more of a problem than anything else here. Colossus keep on laser beaming. There's a couple of Marauders coming through after some of those probes, and actually try and get back onto the Robo facility. Zealots are still going down. Zealots will get picked off. We re-engage in. Now the Colossus dying. That should be the end of the defense. Art says GG. And that is going to be it. Alright, GG's, guys. That is going to be Percival taking the final series of the day. So he does end up in 2-2. And this group really does just kind of explain itself from top to bottom at the end of the day. It feels like a very vanilla group, and maybe coming into this is kind of what you expected coming out, but honestly, kind of still a very great set of games, if I'm going to be honest. It was a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys enjoyed as well. Like I say, we're back tomorrow with Creator, Bunny, Shin, Ryung, and Shameless. That's actually a great group. Super looking forward to it. As we continue to get our players confirmed for the round of 16 so far. Hero, Nightmare, Cure, Rogue, ByuN, Percival, and of course the invited players to Group Stage 2 are Clem, Max Pax, Zaun, and Classic. Alright guys, so that's Group C. We'll be back tomorrow. Group D on Sunday. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll be back in about 18 hours from now. Hope you guys have a great evening. Hope you guys have a great day. Until then, I'll see you guys for more StarCraft 2 tomorrow. Ads on the outro will support the stream as well, so stick around for a few moments if you can, and then we'll host someone up and spread the StarCraft love. You guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye.